Hold me. Watch this.
Good morning. We will go ahead and call to order the October 2nd, 2018 regular meeting of the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners. At this time, it's my pleasure to invite Pastor Chris Sloan of the Good Shepherd Church of God up to the podium. He will lead us with the invocation. That'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Chairman Bob Solari. And we will begin with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders. Would everyone please rise?
Dear Lord, we thank you for the privilege to live in this great country. We thank you, Lord, for those that lay down their lives so that we can enjoy these freedoms. Lord, today we thank you for the men and women who make up this meeting, those that are attending and those that are making the decisions here today. Lord, we thank you for their time, their effort, the energies that they put into these positions. We pray that today, God, you would grant them wisdom, give them guidance. Lord, we pray for unity. Lord, that great questions would be asked and wonderful decisions would be made. Lord, we thank you that we can live together in this community and continue to see it grow and develop. We thank you, Lord, for those that have come before us and the decisions that are made that affect those that will come after. Today is a privilege. We thank you for giving us breath, giving us life, giving us purpose, that we can be creative and build and do things because we were made in your image. We pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Sloan. Under additions, deletions to the agenda, Commissioner Solari, would you like to move your item up to go with the public discussion item?
I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Therefore, we will move item 14B1 to coincide with item 10B1. And Commissioner Zork, would you like to do the same with your item?
Yes, I would.
Okay, we will move item 14E1, and that will coincide with item 10B2. Are there any other additions, deletions to the agenda?
Move approval.
Second?
We have a motion from Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Zork, to accept the agenda as amended. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0. We move to presentations and proclamations. We have a presentation of a proclamation honoring the month of October 2018 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And this will be presented by Commissioner Adams, and I believe we have Tom Manwaring from Safe Space here to receive it. Good morning and welcome, and Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to read a proclamation honoring the month of October 2018 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas each day in America, 4 women are murdered, and every 9 seconds, 4 women are abused by their intimate partners. And whereas 1 in 3 American women have been assaulted or beaten by a husband or boyfriend. And whereas National Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides all Americans the opportunity to recommit to ensuring that every relationship be violence-free. And whereas in Indian River County, Safe Space Incorporated joins forces with law enforcement, victim service programs, criminal justice officials, social service organizations, and concerned citizens throughout the county to fight domestic violence and provide all domestic violence victims a safe place where they can live with respect, resources, restoration, and justice. Together, their commitment and compassion help to ensure that our community steps forward to lend a hand to domestic violence victims in need. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners that the Board recognizes and honors the month of October 2018 as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and furthermore expresses our sincere appreciation for those committed to promoting peace and preventing domestic violence in our community. Adopted the second day of October 2018 and signed by all 5 county commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Manwaring, for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams, and thank you, Commissioners, and good morning.
Over 30,000 domestic violence survivors served in our emergency shelter. Over 375,000 safe nights provided to women and children and some men through our emergency shelter over the 39 years that Safe Space has been in our communities. We all know the shocking statistics about intimate partner violence. 1 in 3 women in the course of their lifetime will experience physical and emotional violence at the hands of the person who is supposed to love and protect them. And we've had this tragedy hit close to home in our own beautiful Treasure Coast community with several recent homicides in Indian River and neighboring counties. Sad and terrible tragedies. In fact, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement has reported that there were over 2,500 reported incidents of domestic violence in our 3-county area in 2017, 570 of them alone in Indian River County. This is a serious and significant problem that affects every part of our community. Safe Space started right here in Vero Beach in 1979. We now serve the 3 coastal counties of Indian River, St. Lucie, and Martin. And we provide what is generally regarded as the most comprehensive continuum of care for domestic violence victims in the state of Florida. We provide prevention services for teenagers, helping them understand the components of healthy relationships. We provide outreach services, non-residential emergency intervention, in which we help victims develop a safety plan, and together we assess the lethality of their abuser in order to provide appropriate safeguards. We employ 3 full-time Bar Association-approved attorneys to help victims with protection orders and other legal concerns. We have an economic advocate who helps women with financial literacy issues such as credit and budgeting, because so many women have not been allowed to have access to money, a very common method of power and control that abusers use over their victims. And we offer an extended supportive living facility for women who do not have dependent children. There are very few resources for those women, a place they can stay for 4 to 18 months while they build an independent life free from violence. Of course, we can't do this work alone, so I'd like to thank some consistent and critical funding sources. The Johns Island Community Service League, the Johns Island Foundation, the Grand Harbor Outreach Program, the Indian River Community Foundation, and most especially the United Way of Indian River County. I'd also like to thank our board of directors, 7 who reside in Indian River County, who provide guidance, support, and due diligence in helping us fulfill our mission. In point of fact, the last 3 board presidents have come from Indian River County. Current board members include Kelly Holm, Richard Boga, Angela Novak, Anita Calabro, and we do have some with us today. I'd ask Karen Frankie, Tony Abraham, and Major Eric Flowers, who's a past president, immediate past president of the board, to come up and join me. I'd also like to take a moment to thank 2 county departments who play a significant role in helping and protecting our survivors. And that is Sheriff Darrell Law and their consistent support through the Sheriff's Office. Eric is a current board member and our past chair. We have always had a member of the Sheriff's Office on our board. That's the commitment. And of course, Jeff Smith and the Clerk of Courts has provided space, has provided support in the courts. It's a very, very important connection. So I have Tony Abraham and Major Eric Flowers and Karen Frankie, who has volunteers, spent a lot of time pouring over, making sure there's good governance, that our resources are well used, connects us to the community, make us quite aware of any other issues we might look at. So we're very thankful. They hang up here just for a minute so we can get a picture. A couple things I'd like to mention. As I look up here, I do see, and I can confirm, I think that Commissioner Fletcher, I think that Mr. O'Brien, and I think that Mr. Zork, and perhaps Mr. Solari has worn these red high heels in our annual walk. Susan, you know, you probably wear these all the time. And the county attorney. Jason will get you up there this time.
There might be some surprises up here.
You do have a little bit of time to work on those, you know, the ankle strength. We've moved it from October, when we generally do it, mostly in respect to Breast Cancer Month, who really just swamps us this month. And we're going to move it to February, which we think is going to be a good month, so you'll get more information about it. And one last thing, we're doing a free community education seminar. It's coming up next week on Thursday. It's called Private Violence. It's a full day, 9 to 3. It'll include lunch. We have some experts speaking, some really powerful video, and it will include free CEUs. So if anyone in the community would like to participate, I direct you to our website, safespacefl, like Florida.org. So thank you so much for your time today in recognition of this important and critical problem.
Thank you, Tom. You know, I was just going to comment, when we usually do this presentation, we're always used to seeing Major Flowers wearing the red heels, so.
Is that
a little-
right? Yeah,
little
yeah.
worried he lost his shoes or something.
That's true. That's it, we're gonna take.
Needs a little warm-up time.
Thanks so much. I guess.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Hey, Bob, how are you?
When we're done, can you go back to the mic and just tell us if you want to donate? And they're not on the computer, and, you know, you know, when they travel, they shampoos and stuff like that, so, yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Fletcher.
I think we
And
have-
just very quickly, Commissioner Fletcher's idea, many people do like to support our cause financially. And I think the best way to do that, I have to get my business card out. Well, what do you think? I mean, a phone number, people are not going to remember that, sir. What do you think the best way
Well,
to do?
some folks that might be compelled, there are a few that are not on the internet as per
Right.
se. There's a lot of members of our senior community that are here that want to donate. There's
Great.
across the board, and some are not on the internet.
Gotcha.
So if
So
you
what
have
I
a
would
phone
say,
number,
I'll give you a simple phone number. You would connect with me. It is a 772. It is 341-6395. 341-6395. Thank you, sir.
and you'll accept financial donations, but in
Oh,
addition,
yeah, and we have a
is that
thrift
anything?
store that nets us an awful lot of money each year. Donations are really welcome. We turn them around. I will say they are first offered to women who are trying to start a new life. If you donate a bed or you donate clothes, and that sort of thing, or women as they leave the shelter, or supportive living, have the opportunity to go to the thrift shop and you know, outfit an apartment or a home, get clothes, get interview, you know, experience and that sort of thing. So we have a very effective thrift store as well. So please give me a call, 341-6395. Thank you so much.
Could we tell them where the thrift store is?
It is in Port St. Lucie.
Okay.
Yeah,
A little bit of a travel.
it would be. But we, you know, I would pick it up. We have a truck that comes up here once a week, so I would be happy.
call.
to get it. Just call. You and I sound alike, Joe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. The next is a presentation of a proclamation designating the day October 13, 2018 as Breast Cancer Awareness Wear Pink Day in Indian River County, Florida. This will be presented by Commissioner Slaughter. I think we have Jeannie, Maya here, and some other folks, so why don't y'all come on up? And Commissioner Slaughter.
Thank you. And we may also have someone from the American Cancer Society. Ah, oh, you changed your hair color.
She did change her hair color.
I'm easily thrown off.
Like out in the, right?
Good morning. Thanks for coming today. Very happy to read this proclamation designating the day, October 13th, 2018, as Breast Cancer Awareness Wear Pink Day in Indian River County, Florida. Whereas breast cancer is a malignant tumor that starts in the cells of the breast that can grow into surrounding tissues or spread to distant areas of the body. And whereas the disease occurs almost entirely in women, but men can get it too. 1 in 8 U.S. women, about 12%, will develop invasive breast cancer over the course of their lifetime. A man's lifetime risk of breast cancer is about 1 in 1,000. And whereas in 2018, an estimated 266,120 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women in the United States, along with 63,960 new cases of carcinoma in situ, non-invasive, an early form of breast cancer. About 2,550 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in men in 2018. And whereas, for women in the United States, breast cancer death rates are higher than those for any other cancer besides lung cancer. About 40,920 women in the United States are expected to die in 2018 from breast cancer, though death rates have been decreasing since 1989. Women under 50 have experienced larger decreases. These decreases are thought to be the result of treatment advances, early detection through screening, and increased awareness. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the Board does hereby designate the day of October 13th, 2018 as Breast Cancer Awareness Wear Pink Day in Indian River County to continue increased public awareness of breast cancer and to promote research for treatment and a cure. Adopted the second day of October 2018 and signed by all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Welcome, and we're here to listen.
Good. First and foremost, thank you. Number one, for your unwavering, steadfast support through all the years of my journey and beyond and prior. This board has been so supportive of anything like that we've brought to you. So it tells me one thing, and that is that every one of you have compassion, which when you go through a journey like this, it doesn't have to be breast cancer, it can be any cancer or any hard trial in life, that it will make you compassionate, much more compassionate. If not, then we should all go to our maker and talk. So, but I'm gonna give the floor to Teresa and Maya, but I wanted to say thank you, and then also that I know that there's anybody in this room has been touched by cancer in some way, whether it be themselves, a spouse, a loved one, a friend. We've all been touched in some way. So everybody knows the journey in some way or another. So it takes support, it takes love, it takes compassion, it takes things like this. I pray for the day. I was thinking this morning when I was getting ready that my prayer is for the day that I would stand up here or someone else and be able to make this day the Celebrate a Cure Day. Because I think we're all aware now, and we'll all wear pink and go about our business. But the journey is a hard one, and I'm a 2-time survivor. I still am in treatment actively, and I don't pray for the day that I go off treatment, because part of the research the American Cancer Society has done is a medicine that I'm on actively, and by God's grace and support, I may not be here today. So I'm glad I'm here to do this another year, and I'll give it to you, Teresa, and thank you.
I'm going to defer to Maya.
We have all these other employees too here that are survivors as well.
I just want to say thank you to the commission for allowing us to have this day proclaimed in Indian River County. It's something that we've done annually, and I am not a survivor, but I stand to represent those who have loved ones who have survived. When Jeannie went through her journey, I was able to experience from stage 1, from the day that she found out, to complete recovery, and still now. And so we just want to encourage everyone to not just wear the pink, but to really, really reach out and help someone and love someone through their journey and through their process. Thank you.
Thank you. I too would like to thank each and every one of you. We come here year after year for Breast Cancer Awareness Month and for other cancer awareness issues throughout the year. We've been here to talk about colon cancer, to talk about our Relay for Life in the spring. I stand here today feeling really, I am so in the company of friends who have really stepped forward. I remember last year, this time of the year, in the hair salon with Susan and Peter. Peter was getting his hair all pinked out for the Real Men Wear Pink campaign. Earlier, Commissioner Eric Flowers was here, and he also did Real Men Wear Pink, and did it from a distance as he was at the FBI Academy. I want to say just very briefly, it's special for me to be here today while we recognize Domestic Violence Month. In my earlier years, about 20 plus years ago, when I worked for the police department in Port St. Lucie, I was one of the original members of the Domestic Violence Task Force with Diamond Liddy, and it was really a privilege to be a part of that, so kind of special to be here. I am completely humbled by these women behind me. I am not a breast cancer survivor. I am not a cancer survivor. I've been a caregiver. I have family members who have battled this. My mother-in-law had breast cancer. It was detected early, and she's a 10-year survivor of that, and I'm very grateful. My focus really is on the survivors because we are seeing the statistics are 39% fewer deaths in breast cancer since 1990. And I think that's something certainly to celebrate, but it's true, the battle is not over, and there is much to be done. I have two very dear friends on the Treasure Coast, one from Vero Beach and one in Martin County, who I know very, very well, Pat and Allie, and they are both battling stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. I have to say, they are fighting year after year after year, and every time I get to say, wow, it's another year. It's another year that we have to find yet another treatment for them, and it's just great to see that happening. I had actually pulled some survivor stories that I gather from people who have spoken on our behalf at different events, and ironically, this beautiful lady here, I remember being so touched by Amy's story, and I brought it with me today. And one of the great lessons to be learned with Amy's story is that there was no history of cancer in her family. There was no history of breast cancer or any cancer in her family. And in the space of 2 years, she and 2 of her sisters were all diagnosed with breast cancer. One of them lost her battle. These brave women, and she stands here because she knows it's not about what the history and all of that. It's about being fully aware, and that's what this month is about. Mammograms. There's a beautiful woman at my church who's sporting a t-shirt that's really fun, and her story is that she had no signs. There was no lump. But she went for an annual screening, and they found breast cancer, and she's a survivor. So, my message to women is be aware of your bodies. Men, too. Harold Schwartz, terrific guy. He's doing Real Men Wear Pink again this year. He is a breast cancer survivor right here in our community, affiliated with Temple Beth Shalom on the board there. And he'll be talking on Eric's radio show on Friday about that. But he discovered a lump in the shower. So this message is for everyone. So be aware of your bodies and talk to your doctor. And come out October 13th to Riverside Park. Walk with us. Celebrate with these beautiful ladies. We also have something this year that we're bringing because not every battle is won. And so we'll have a very special area that we're going to be recognizing those who have not survived breast cancer. So we just hope that everyone will come out to Riverside Park October 13th and celebrate with us and be there with us. It'll be a great time. And thank you again for what you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Teresa, and all the ladies with you. And that's Saturday the 13th, and registration starts at 7 a.m. at Riverside Park.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Y'all want to come on up?
Amy. Okay. Next year. I'll get ready. Thank you. You don't want to be in front of Jason. No. Showing off now. Drum roll.
you, guys.
So much.
They're all going back to tour Amy's cubicle, as there's nothing in her cubicle that's not pink.
The next is a presentation of Indian River County 2018 Annual Fire Management Report by Trevor Taylor, the Forest Area Supervisor of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm not used to this so much, but I figure I'll just go over the short and skinny on it. For 2017, 2018 fiscal year, which runs from our July 30th to June 1st to July 30th of each year. So we had 20 wildfires in Indian River County, which doesn't seem like a whole lot in a fiscal year, but the acreage turned out it was 793 acres of wildfire that we did suppress. Lightning accounted for 69.56% and authorized acreage burns 26.36%. Something I wanted to go over with that, when we do authorize fires, we do compliance checks. We also do expect that the burner that's requesting a burn is, trying to do everything possible to keep that fire under control. But some of our landowners are trying to catch up. There's been a lot of areas that have gotten way overgrown, so when they do try to burn these areas, they are running into some problems, and that's where a lot of that acreage comes from on the percentage of there. Burn types for Indian River County: 2,989 piles we authorized, and 13,082 acres we authorized for burning in Indian River County through the past year. So, if you compare those numbers, that's a pretty good success rate, really. And we are continuing to mitigate. So any property owners, please contact us if you would like some roller chopping and stuff like that. We do have some basic rules. You have to have 6 residences or structures within a half mile of that area in order for us to do the work for free. But we are pretty cheap being a state agency, so roughly about $150 for a minimum charge for doing acreage, any kind of mitigation, knocking the brush down, burning, plowing, pre-suppression lines. So thought I'd come in and share that today. I don't get to come in here that often, so I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you making the trip over. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Fletcher?
Just in the spirit of public information there, we do get calls, I'm sure my colleagues get calls too, about the wildlife that's on the property.
Oh, yeah.
And I'd just like you to expound upon what you actually do, because I know it's rather intensive before you actually initiate a burn.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, so most of the natural wildlife to Florida is dependent on, one thing or another. It could be the grasses that come after a burn. It could be that, a tree needs to actually get burned up and turn into dead wood for woodpeckers and owls, and there's so many different creatures out there that use, the effects of the fire. Natural breaks and stuff like that are, somewhat of a break into that fuel, but what it does is gives them a place to go. Gopher tortoises, if people don't know, they're actual holes that they dig. They're all over the place through our woods, especially in the sand dunes and stuff like that. Those are safe havens that pretty much every small animal knows where to go. Snakes, there's some video out there of one of them little miniature cameras that they put down the hole, and it's like a gopher tortoise, a rattlesnake, and a rabbit sitting down inside there, and they're all like, good to go, we're hanging out. So, fire in Florida is needed, and it'll happen whether we do it or not. So, it's best for us to try to, manage it and take control of it as much as possible, for sure. And most people, they don't realize, after we burned Pelican Island Elementary School behind there, we had quite a few complaints. few things yelled at me as I was standing there on the side of the road lighting fire, but that area has really come back. And it was kind of funny at the time. I did take a video. An osprey was actually making its nest in a pine tree as we were burning. It was just flying over the smoke column and landing and putting more sticks in its nest. And it's just one of those things. Everything here that is natural to Florida knows about fire. So we're just trying to educate everybody else that's coming into the state. I appreciate it. Any other questions?
Anything else, Commissioners? Thanks for all you do. We do appreciate it. We all understand and very appreciate. And we do have a project going down in South County near Orca Conservation Lands with Beth Powell. We're going to do a fire break trail down there. So
Yes, sir.
will you be working with Beth on
Yes,
that?
we're working on a lot of the Indian River Conservation lands. She did just get a grant.
Right.
It's going to cover a lot of that. So,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
we'll be doing a lot of work in the next couple of years for sure.
Great. Look forward to that.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you. So item 6, there are no minutes up for approval. Item 7, informational items. Commissioners, any discussion on the informational items? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. We have a request from staff to pull item 8N for some clarification. And does any other commissioner have an item they wish to pull from consent for further discussion? Seeing
Have
none.
a presentation associated with the consent agenda?
For 8N?
No.
Yeah, James will do that.
Okay.
Move consent as amended.
Just give me 1 second. Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to have a consent agenda item pulled for additional discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Solari, second by Commissioner Adams, to approve consent as amended. All in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Mr. Gray, would you please clarify item N for us?
Good morning. For the record, James Gray, County Natural Resources Manager. This item, just a little bit of background really quick. The county has a habitat conservation plan for the protection of sea turtles. Staff has been working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in particular, Kendra Cope has been working with the agency to amend this 14-year-old document to kind of improve management. Sea turtle density has gone up. There's been more educational programs and so forth. So the clarification for this item is to the recommendation section where there's an actual resolution now to be approved by the board in order for the service to go ahead and fully ratify the amendment. So I just wanted to, and there's a copy on the dais as well as far as the recommendation, just wanted to make sure that it's clear. We did have a last minute change, so I'll read it really quickly as far as the staff recommendation. Staff recommends the board approve the amended version of the HCP and authorize the chairman to sign the resolution approving Amendment 1 of the HCP on behalf of the county. Following board approval, the county will transmit the signed resolution and amendment document electronically to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Staff will request documentation of U.S. FWS approval of Amendment 1 in the form of a letter. Upon receipt of the documentation, staff will transmit the letter to the clerk to the board of the county commission for recording. So that was the only clarification we wanted to present today.
Very good. Any questions of staff?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Flesher to approve staff recommendation. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you, James. That concludes the consent agenda. We now move to constitutional officers. And our clerk of the county court and the comptroller, Jeff Smith. Jeff, you've got a huge crowd here to hear about your financial report awards. This is great that so many people came out for this. But
Amazing. Thank you.
So good morning and welcome, Mr. Smith.
Jeff Smith, Clerk of the Court and Comptroller. I'm proud to inform you all that the county's CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, We just been notified that we received for the 35th straight year in a row the certificate for excellence in financial reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. And also, for the third year in a row, the Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting, which is the PAFR, from the GFOA as well. So I wanted to congratulate my staff, beginning with Alyssa Nagy, my finance director, and Rayanne Cohn, my senior accountant, and Michelle King, my staff accountant, as well as the budget office, and Jason. We work well together, and I just wanted to present that to you all and let you know that we won the award again. So
That's wonderful and a great job by everyone. And I know that I'm a huge fan of that popular financial report, and every time I'm at a group, I hand those out because it's an easy read, but it really clearly shows people where their tax dollars are coming from, where they're going, and you always highlight some of the major projects we've accomplished. So I think it's just a great guide to the local government and how it works and how the tax dollars are allocated and spent. So that's great, and just keep up the great work. And to everybody else, thanks for all you're doing to make Jeff look good. So we know how hard work that is. So thank you for
a lot of hard work.
Yeah, a lot of hard work there. So
yeah, and if anybody wants a copy of the PAFR, just contact our office. We'll make sure you get one. We have plenty to go around. So.
Well, I know Commissioner Slaughter orders like 10 at a time and gives them out for Christmas presents and stuff. So
They're great stocking stuffers.
They are good.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Good job, Jeff.
We could do it better.
If I may, Commissioner O'Brien, on that item, there are a lot of people here, so I do want to put in a little bit of a plug. Jason and I attend our various Florida Association conferences every year, and I can tell you that there are battles between counties and their clerks across this state. And I just want people to know here that we don't have that problem here. I know we work great together, Jeff. You're always an open door for me to come talk to and Jason to come talk to, and your staff is equally as welcoming for conversations and discussions. So I just want to thank you as well to really help foster that positive relationship.
Thank you, and that was one of my goals, is to keep that relationship alive when I became clerk, and it's even gone beyond that, so I'm proud of it as well. So thank you for that.
Thanks again, Jeff.
Ditto for me on that.
We now move on to public items. We have one public hearing. This is the notice of intent to affirm the existence of a recreational customary use on private property. This is legislative in nature, and Dylan, you're going to kick this off, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Under the Florida Constitution, the areas of our beaches below the mean high water line is actually owned by the state of Florida. Generally, the land landward of the mean high water line is privately owned. Over 44 years ago, the Florida Supreme Court stated that no part of Florida is exclusively hers, no more property utilized by her people than her beaches. And the court explained if the recreational use of the sandy area adjacent to the mean high water line has been ancient, reasonable, uninterrupted, or without interruption and free from dispute, such use as a matter of custom should not be interfered with by the owner. During the last legislative session, the Florida legislature passed and Governor Scott signed a bill creating section 163.035 of the Florida statutes, which codified a formal process for local governments to determine whether there is a recreational customary use of the beach. Under the statute, the board must, at a public hearing, adopt a formal notice of intent to affirm the existence of a recreational customary use on private property. The notice must include, 1, the specific parcels upon which affirmation is sought, 2, the detailed specific and individual uses to which affirmation is sought, and 3, each source of evidence to prove the customary use. If the board decides to adopt a formal notice of intent under the statute, then the board would then, within 60 days, file a complaint for declaration of recreational customary use in circuit court. Staff has recently encountered an area north of the Wabasso Beach Park in Summer Place subdivision being blocked by the property owner. Thus, staff wished to present the matter to the board for consideration under the new statute. With that, I'm going to turn this over to James Gray, our Natural Resources Manager, for a presentation of the evidence of the customary use of the beach in that area. At the conclusion of the staff presentation, the chair will then open up the public hearing, take any public comments from the public, and then we'll close the public hearing, and we will review the evidence that is presented with regards to the recreational customary use and as to whether it is ancient, reasonable, without interruption, and free from dispute. And with that, I will turn it back over to James.
Thank you, Dylan. Again, for the record, James Gray, County Natural Resources Manager. So as Dylan explained, the basis for this customer use hearing is because we had an area of beach just north of Wabasso Beach Park, which is a public beach park that has been blocked off by a resident. Blocked off meaning barricades have been put up and essentially restricting the public from going to this section of beach, which has customarily been used, or at least we are going to show through a series of photos and so forth, that this area of beach has been customary used. Again, this section has been blocked off. No trespassing signs have been included as well along this area. So why is this a potential issue as far as the beach being restricted and so forth? Well, as Dylan explained, it limits the public recreational use of beaches, and this could be a potential problem as well. This beach looks very wide. I took the photo last week where at low tide, so this section of shoreline does have a seasonal variability as well to it. As indicated by this red line, you can see that rack line or that vegetative flotsam that has been washed ashore during the high tide, and this is again recently. So you can see the section of shoreline that has been restricted could be impacted where people are unable to go past the seawall with ease. Again, seasonality, summer we have a wider beach, winter we have a much narrower beach, so this could actually be more of a problem in our coming winter months and so forth as the tides are higher. It also, restrictions also potentially could impede required sea turtle monitoring. As you just approved the amendment to the Habitat Conservation Plan and so forth, this is one of the areas of the shoreline in the county that we actually do monitor for our Habitat Conservation Plan responsibility. Another restricted use potential is impacts to our nourishment of beaches. This is within the county's Sector 3 beach nourishment area. So it is heavily monitored, as well as for physical differences, as well as we do place sand or actively participate in nourishment within this section of shoreline. So what is the area that we're actually really looking at as far as establishing this recreational customary use? We have about a 2,000 shoreline foot section proceeding from Wabasso Beach Park north to the 9,556 Dublin Drive. It includes 22 parcels. The main reason why we chose to establish or identify this as a potential establishment of a recreational customary use is there's a seawall that runs along this entire section of shoreline. So we figured, since Wabasso Beach Park is just south of this seawall, a marking point for residents and beach users, if they're walking and so forth, could perhaps be the seawall. And that has been expressed to us from discussing with the public, that typically they'll walk to a visual cue and they'll turn around. So again, that's the reasoning behind extending this north to the seawall area. Again, the property that was blocked off is about 500 feet north of Wabasso Beach Park. So as far as evidence establishing customary use of this section of shoreline, from the 1930s to the 40s, you can see some from these photographs. Wabasso Beach Park or now the Wabasso Beach Park is in the lower right picture. It's showing, again, people are utilizing this shoreline more than likely, although not identified in this picture. they're walking just like they do now, up and down the beaches, by the vegetation line, down at the water line, utilizing the shoreline for various recreational activities. These photos were courtesy of Florida Archives, so I just wanted to mention that. Going further through the photographs and timeline, if you will, 1968 to 1972, again, here's an aerial. Before I get into that, there was an actual old Wabasso bridge built in the 1920s, late 1920s, that allowed folks to get to the beach. More than likely, that preceding photo was the reason behind people who were on the beach at that time. The causeway, causeway that you were used to and so forth, was built in the 1960s. So just as a little timeline reference there and so forth. So proceeding forward, I wanted to focus in on this specific area again, the now Wabasso Beach Park and so forth. Blowing this photo up, you can see these little dots on the beach. That's people. So again, showing, I wish I could zoom in more, but technology wasn't that good at that time. But case in point, you can see that this beach has been utilized or is continuing to be utilized, and you can see the cars parked right along the shoreline and so forth. Just a little bit north of here would be where the now seawall is and so forth. These photos were courtesy of the Indian River Library, so thank you. So again, continuing, these photographs were provided from various homeowners, various residents, so we have a very good collection of evidence, supporting the claim. Pebble Path, East Pebble Path, which is located along this section of shoreline that we're proposing, establishing the customary use, as well as Shell Lane. You can see folks utilizing the shoreline for various activities, picnicking, photographs, utilizing walking up the beach, again, establishing that evidence. So proceeding forward, in the upper left photo, you can see this shoreline was taken, or this photo was taken prior to the installation of a seawall and so forth. So you can still see back in, as far back as 1992 or further, we can go further evidence to support this, but this shoreline, again, has been a relatively narrow shoreline, as present with the large escarpment, or that vertical cliff that you see there. And again, the footsteps kind of show, if you look at that picture too, where the people are utilizing that section of shoreline, again, back in a dated photo. Not to harp on too much of this photos or these collection of photos other than use and such, but you can see this large green tube-looking system there. That's actually what we call a geotube, or commonly referred to as a geotube, which are sand-filled erosion prevention device and so forth, further highlighting the erosion, the narrow beach, the necessity for other activities, beach nourishment, or other constructive methods to abate erosion issues in this area. So moving along, again, 1992 to present, more current photos, 2010 through 2018, you can kind of see still now the seawall's in place. People are utilizing the shoreline as they were prior to, with those as evident in those photos. Also, beach nourishment has been now an active or larger scale beach nourishment has been actively, the county is participating in this area actively. And again, you can see in this most current photo, again, the restricted use. You saw this photo earlier where I identified the rack line and such. So as part of the backup in the agenda item, Kendra and I also provided further testimony, just stating what we've been seeing and so forth. So I'll go into my testimony, and then Kendra will provide hers, and we'll go back to the other part of the presentations. But just a little bit about my history with the county and so forth. I've been employed by the county since 2002, so 16 years. Managed the implementation of the county's beach preservation plan as well as post-storm response. As far as beach restoration within this area of issue, 2010 through 2012, we did our first Sector 3 beach nourishment project in that area, multiple phases, that's why we had multiple years, and then we restored that, or repaired the dunes and so forth in that section as a result of Hurricane Sandy back in 2015. So during beach nourishment, I just wanted to make it clear that the county does temporarily restrict, or the contractor does temporarily restrict the public from these sections of beach that are in the active construction zones. So, and that's for public health and safety. So that's only temporary, and typically that will last maybe 3 weeks or thereabouts. And then that line, or that restriction line, then progresses either north or south along the beach, depending on where we are relative to construction and so forth. So that's an important point, that the county does temporarily restrict access along this section of shoreline. During my tenure with the county, on average, once monthly, I'll go out to the beach just to check the conditions, so forth. Obviously more frequent if there's a storm looming or construction or thereabouts. So, but on average, I'd say on a normal condition, once monthly. Typically during that time, I'll observe people utilizing the beach, shelling, sunbathing, obviously surfing, running up and down the beach, exercising. And it's important to note as well that not only are the users of the shoreline going along shore and cross shore, but they are also going lateral to the shoreline, so, or to the surf. So it's not necessarily a straight parallel or perpendicular type approach to the surf. It's many different angles, many different approaches to the shoreline. So you know, it's not painted in a little box as far as how they get to the beach. Also, as part of my testimony, I have never observed private property owners restricting public access. And this is not limited to this specific area of issue, but it is also throughout the entire county. You know, again, in my 16 years with the county, I have never observed any restrictions of that content. So moving it on, we'll pass it over to Kendra to provide her testimony.
Actually, James, I've got a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
In your 16 years that you've been in your position here, have you had to research the prior files for history of the use of the beach?
Yes, I have. Most recently, obviously, with this pending case, but throughout the tenure, I have never seen any restrictions as well in the files.
Thank you very much.
For the record, Kendra Cope, the Coastal Division's Environmental Specialist. I too have been employed by the county for multiple years. I began in 2015, so I'm coming up on my 3.5-year mark. One of my many responsibilities here with the county is to manage the county's habitat conservation plan for the protection of sea turtles. Part of that responsibility is to not only conduct daily nesting surveys along the county's southern beaches, identifying nests, etc., but is to manage and collaborate with other sea turtle permit holders conducting nesting surveys and research within the county. In the area at question today, there are 2 other permit holders, one belonging to Disney's research crew, and then also one of the county's consultants. So they, ever since we identified this barricade on the beach, they have been restricted and cannot cross, and have been instructed not to cross over this barricade into that property identified by the barricades. They have been asked, if needed, to mark a nest for research and protection, to call staff, and staff would then respond and appropriately move forward with action on that nest. Along with that, I too have to say that I visit the beach often in that area. When I'm not assisting James on any of our other beach emergency responses or other beach nourishment projects, I also visit the beach about 6 or other times just to check up, work with those permit holders, work with the lifeguards in that area. And during that time, I usually see people always looking for shells. It's a great place for shells. Obviously tanning, exercising, a lot of yoga goes on in that area, skimboarding. So again, utilizing that beach in multiple different directions as along with the water. And then, of course, a more recent and growing activity is cleaning our beaches in that area too. And during that time, or during my time of working with the county, I have never seen or observed a property owner restricting public access on the beach in this area and along other areas in the county.
I think with that, James or Kendra,
Yep,
do you guys have any additional stuff to add?
Still going to continue if that's okay with the presentation. So again, as far as that earlier slide that I had presented, that we've been receiving concerns from residents within the area and public and so forth. So I just wanted to provide, perhaps some of them that are present in the audience, but I just wanted to provide some of the, again, the basis for this hearing today is we've been receiving these concerns. So we did receive testimony from Crary Laura, Summer Place resident, which is directly on the shoreline, or recreational customer use that we're trying to establish and so forth. So highlighting, keeping the access to the beach open to all. So I just wanted to highlight again, a resident along the shoreline area of issue has said, let's keep the beaches open to all. Further testimony from Walter Bernard. He walks the Summer Place Beach since the 1960s, from Captain Butcher's north to Golden Sands. So that's another public beach park. So over probably about 2 miles of shoreline and so forth that this gentleman has utilized the beach. Also, we received testimony from Mr. Gary Fox. Summer Place in 1982, before the seawall was erected. A big reason for our purchase was the fact that each home had deeded access to the beach. Again, and that's in publications and so forth. The beach cottages or the Summer Place section, considered beach cottages and so forth at that time, did have in their brochures and so forth that beach access was open to the public, open to all and such. So moving forward along with the other sections of the agenda item and so forth, funding. County Attorney's Office is handling the required litigation in-house. And we do have budgeted funding for recording fees, letters going out, certified mailings, et cetera, et cetera. So that is available currently and has been utilized through the general fund. Next step, the board were to choose going forward and so forth. If hiring of experts for litigation is necessary, Attorney's Office is estimating about $30,000 is required for such expenses, and this would go through the general fund reserves if approved by the board and so forth. So I would imagine there would be a subsequent discussion on this and such, but we wanted to identify that. So staff recommendation moving forward. We recommend that the board open the public hearing, take evidence as to the customer use of the beach, close the public hearing, adopt a formal notice of intent to affirm the existence of a recreational customer use at the area of issue. There's a draft notice of intent as backup to this item, and it does have all the supporting evidence that we've gone through this morning, as well as a letter and such documenting some more of the need behind that. And then finally, we direct the county attorney to file a complaint for declaration of recreational customer use in circuit court and notify all interest parties of the complaint. And with that, I'll turn that back over to Dylan.
Thank you, James. Commissioners, any questions of Dylan, James, or Kendra at this point?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Fleischer.
And thank you, and James, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was well-rounded and full of information. And I see serving on the Beach and Shores Committee as a liaison, I see a lot of individuals who are part of that process, and I'm eager to hear them speak. But I wanted to just talk about one of the slides you showed. I think it was the second slide. We capitalized on some of the appearances of barriers that have been placed there. But I think the general public, the ones that have not been in contact or outside of this room, people that are not neighbors or involved with the customary use of the beach, they have not experienced being sprayed by sprinklers that may be misguided. And there's one part of that picture that is truly offensive, and that's the American flag, the way it's displayed. And I get a lot of calls about that American flag. It's offensive for every veteran who has served in this nation, every patriotic citizen. That's an inappropriate and improper display of the flag. The American flag is not a canvas. Perhaps maybe in your home it could be, in the confines of your home, but a public display that is very inappropriate. I've been asked, how can we address that? And quite frankly, that falls part and parcel to proper flag etiquette, which your local government does not enforce, as you're aware. We've discussed that. But I wanted the general public to know that we don't care for that too much. We love our flag, but it's being used as a windscreen, a deterrent for folks to be able to see, or a barrier for people to walk. And it's inappropriate, and it should not be there. But that's part of another day discussion. It's not part of the customary use, and that is definitely a non-customary use of our American flag. Just wanted to get it out there because I get a lot of calls. Thank you.
James? James, back in 2010, when we were doing the Sector 3 renourishment project, and I think prior to any renourishment project, don't we contact the local property owners along the sector that we're working in, and they sign some easement agreements and things like that? Could you just kind of walk through that a little bit for me, please?
Correct, yes. We, prior to doing a beach nourishment project, because the property line typically, as Dylan alluded to, mean high water and so forth, we request permission from the property owners to place sand along that section of shoreline, and this is visa through the temporary construction easements. For Sector 3, again, the area of issue, the construction easements have been good for 15 years, and they continue to be good, I should say, or active. So these sections of shoreline, again, the project started in 2010, so these construction easements were gathered, signed, recorded, and so forth in 2009, so they're good for 15 years following.
And did we have cooperation from 100% of the property owners along that section?
We did. We had a number of property owners in this area. Were hard to reach in some cases, but we did have further discussions, and they did have that. The couple of property owners have changed hands, as with the property that was identified, but we do have an authorization through a temporary construction executed at that time by that then property owner, which was recorded.
Okay, good. And then obviously you would probably have a lot of discussions with these property owners as this whole process moves through. Did we ever receive any formal complaints about beachgoers being on somebody's property? They ever say, hey, these people are on my land, can you do anything about it? Did you ever get any complaints from any of the property owners?
None other than during construction, this particular property in question did question some of the contractors' trucks and things of that nature. But as far as shooing off public outside of a construction, no, we did not have, not to my knowledge, we had that.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioners, anything further? Commissioner Fleischer?
Mr. Chairman, and I see we're asking James to identify any complaints or challenges. In my time in law enforcement, I was assigned to the 103 zone, which, for those who live there, that's the area in which we're talking about, the affected area. And I can recall being called for dogs, people smoking, but I never got called for somebody's on my property. And most certainly by the, when law enforcement gets there, maybe the dog has already done what it had to do or intended to do on the beach. So sometimes public service goes beyond the scope of what you read in the newspaper. But in the spirit of addressing the issue, but I can't recall at any time having any dispute about any folks being on my property or the beach is mine, the beach is theirs. Never had any of that, and that was about 10 years I can go back before my 12 years serving on this board, so I can go back a little ways too.
Thank you, Commissioner Fleischer. Commissioners, anything else? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's folks that wish to speak, we have two podiums. You can make your way to each podium and just provide your name and address for the record, please. Sir, yep, come on up. And if someone else would like to come over to this podium and stage up, we'll move right along. Good morning. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Philip R. Glade. My wife Carol and I reside at 1851 Pebble Path in Summer Place. We've been property owners since 1998, built a home in 2000, and full-time residents there from 2001. A reason for relocating to Vero Beach is clearly the beach. We have spent many, many hours walking the beach, as opposed to shelling, collecting shark's teeth, of which I have a large jug, and give to, frequently when I have a pocket full, I would give them to other visitors on the beach who are just overjoyed to be there. We fish, we walk, we swim, and have always had complete usage of the beach. The property in question now used to be the home of our longtime past president, Bill Glenn. And I recall with joy and clarity multiple annual picnics held right in front of his house at the wall. This is a very important issue for all of us. I urge the Commission to consider and approve and adopt this formal notice of intent. Thank you.
And, sir, just to clarify then, when Mr. Glenn owned the property, he would host a picnic or party there, and neighbors throughout Summer Place would attend it, and you would all be along the beach there, right up near the wall in that area?
Right in front of this house, correct, which is what the issue is at present. I speak for the past 17, 18 years. There are members in our audience who go back 40 years before that, in the 60s. My hope is they will comment as well of the customary usage of this beach, which is something we need to treasure. Thank you.
Very good.
If I can, just clarification question, Doctor. How do I spell your last name?
Glade.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Fleischer.
Dr. Glade just talked about the party that Bill Glenn had thrown annually. I attended that party, and it was not limited. It was not limited. Yeah, everything was great. There's no reason to. No. Recent articles. It was a well-done function, and the function was aligned with the Save Our Shores efforts, and it was a very peaceful party. That's not what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about it because everybody was invited, and it was about the public. It was about the citizens. And if people were passing by, they were allowed to partake in the festivities. And I think that's very important. It wasn't my beach. It was our beach. And the message there was, if somebody was fishing down the road a little bit and they had seen, hey, what's this crowd gathering? Bill Glenn would incorporate them into the function, and I think that's very important because he wanted to have everybody participate on their beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Patty Gerard. I reside at 1960 West Shell Lane in Summer Place. My parents purchased the property in Summer Place in 1960 as a vacation home for our family. I'm one of 6 children. I grew up enjoying that beach, having free use of that beach for all these years. My extended family, siblings, aunt, cousins, children, grandchildren have enjoyed that beach without any restriction since that day in 1960 when we first came to Summer Place. So I hope that you will continue our unrestricted use of that beach there as we love it and we enjoy it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, sir, good morning.
Yes, I'm Walter Gerard. I also live at 1960 Shell Lane. I followed, actually there was one other person, I followed Bill Glenn as president of the association. And I have a lot of the archives from the Summer Place Homes, which was the original developer. And the original development was, the premise behind it was that there would be no individual private ownership of the beach, that the beach would be for the entire association or people coming up from Wabasso Beach. Anyone who wanted to use the beach could use it without a problem with private ownership. The association does own to the littoral area in Unit 1 and Unit 2. In Unit 1, they actually own it. Unit 2, it was never turned over from Summer Place Homes to the association. So there is no individual private ownership in the association. We, as president, we have people that come up from Wabasso Beach and also our own residents and people from Ocean Air who use the area that's shaded up by the seawall. They use that in the afternoons. We don't have really any problem with the people coming from Wabasso Beach. Occasionally we do have the actual access is private. It's the association's property, the stairs on the beach. And sometimes we do ask them to get off the stairs, but we do not keep them from getting under the stairs or using the areas near the seawall, and they do use them. It's constant use up near the dunes. There were, in the past, we used them for shelling and looking where the sea turtle nests were. So again, we ask you to approve this item that's before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, in our backup, you'll see it's kind of like a sales flyer for the Summer Place development. And in that, it does state that the entire 2,800 feet of beach is yours to enjoy at all times. All property owners have equal rights of access. And in the second little part of the flyer, all property owners own the beach as members of Summer Place Improvement Association. So clearly, way back from the very beginning of Summer Place, it does seem that it was the intent that the beach would be open to all members and equal access to all. So, good morning, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, John Lenhart. I live at 1991 West Barefoot Place in Vero Beach in Summer Place. My family, my wife and I, first experienced the area around here. We came to Disney's Vero Beach Resort as guests in 1997. Every night we'd walk up the beach north and we'd see all kinds of people walking along the Summer Place seawall, which existed at that time. Extensive use throughout, that Wabasso Beach Park is small. And when it's busy, people spread both directions. It's constantly in use up along the seawall, and you see it all the time. In 2002, my wife and I trained with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do sea turtle monitoring and became part of the Disney's Animal Kingdom Sea Turtle Monitoring Group. And for the next 10 years, we spent 4 to 6 weeks each summer doing daily sea turtle runs. And our run went from the north of the seawall in Summer Place all the way down to Johns Island. And our experience there was, once again, every day, full use of that beach, up to the seawalls by people coming from all areas, coming from the resorts, coming from north of the Summer Place area and Summer Place residents. The sea turtles, of course, go right up to the seawall, and we had to access that multiple times during that period so we could assess what was going on to those nests. In 2009, we just fell in love with this area, so in 2009, we bought a home in Summer Place and renovated and started using the beach there. I submitted to our county attorney pictures of us using family groups along the seawall from that time on. 2014, my wife and I retired and moved here permanently, and now we're full-time residents. We go to that beach every single day. We see people in use along that beach every single day. So we just feel very strongly we never saw any restriction of any kind to the use of that beach until this July when the first restriction came up. And that is the end of our street. We go down the barefoot crossover right next to where the restriction has been put up. We strongly support the county taking that step that it's working toward to support this as a public beach.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
And how do I spell your last name again?
Lehnhardt. And I sent this, I sent you a written piece with pictures.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi. Didn't expect to talk, but my name is Dr. Michael Flax. I'm the first one on the wall. We've been in the area. Can you hear me? Okay. We've been in the area since '92, I believe, and we were the first ones to build a temporary restoration around our property. We're the ones who got the most damage from all the storms. So actually, our property is almost half the size it originally was. We built the temporary wall with the permission of the DEP, and then 2 years later, I believe Bill Glenn called me up to help us design the seawall that's there. When we went through all the work to do this, with the DEP, we ended up putting the wall up and we lost a lot of our property. All of us knew that, and we willingly gave it up for the construction of a permanent seawall. So I don't know where all the excitement comes from. This has been accepted by everybody who's been there since '95, '96 when the wall was built. I've had a number of calls to Mr. Gray and a number of talks for the sand to be put down, and we've had nothing but a good relationship this whole time. So we've never had a problem. If anyone is going to suffer the most, it would be me. I lost the most land, which I'm still paying taxes on, but that's the way it goes. So with that, I'm only saying this because we've had nothing but a great relationship with the county and with the sand. But everyone knows that. And I have to deal with the county because I'm the one who fixes up the wall every 5 years. We pay for it, we fix it, we sand it, we blast it, we paint it, and we will not do it during the turtle season. So we work hand in hand, and we get permission from the county to do this. So there's never been a problem. Everything has been terrific. It's a shame that one person has to ruin it for everybody. That's all I can say.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Steve Milcory. Today we'll use 1930 Shell Lane. I want to expand on something that Walter brought up, and I know James mentioned it, and saying that it's typical that oceanfront property owners own to the mean high water line, which is true. And having been involved with engineering and surveying in this county for 35 years and done surveys and involved with it up and down the coast, Summer Place is the only subdivision excuse me, that I've ever been involved with that they do not own to the mean high water line. There's 4 phases of Summer Place. Only the 4th phase, there's a note on the plat that says they own to the mean high water line. The area phases 1, 2, and 3, they do not own to the mean high water line. It's kind of iffy whether it's the vegetation line or it's the line on the plat where their actual ownership would be. But so in the title work that I've looked at, from phase 1, which would be from this walkover on Barefoot south the beach was actually deeded to the association by the original developer. In the area on back of phases 2 and 3, from the title work I've seen, it's still owned by the original developer. Because when he purchased the property, he clearly purchased the government lots that took it to the mean high water line. But when he platted the property, he did not plat it to the mean high water line. So a lot of this beach area we're just talking about is owned by the original developer or the Association of Summer Place, or in the case of the far northern plat, they actually own to the mean high water line. There's a note on the plat that says oceanfront property owners own to the mean high water line. But it appears that most of the people there are in favor of allowing access to people on the beach, as I believe pretty much everybody I've come across there. So I just wanted to clarify that point, because like I said, this is the only subdivision that I've come across that the oceanfront property owner does not own to the mean high water line. And from my discussion with other surveyors, the only one I've ever heard of, I think somebody said Seagrove, they don't own to the mean high water line, and it's been some title issues down there. But again, I've done surveys in Johns Island, Orchid Island, up and down the beach, and seen surveys, and this is the only one that I've come across where they did not own to the mean high water line, which would seem all the more reason why the public, or certainly the residents, should have access to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Dylan, does that impact what we're asking here? Because it may not be the mean high water line, but it could be somewhere in there, and we're just saying this whole 2,800-foot stretch, we think it's been customary use.
Yeah, regardless of where that line is, and I know we've had discussions with our surveyor, with James, about the ECL, so yeah, our whole concept is all of the sand is really what we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am, please come up, welcome.
Hi, my name is Molly Siegel. My dad just spoke, he's John Lenhart. I'm the owner and full-time resident, along with my 4-year-old daughter, of the oceanfront property along the seawall in Summer Place at 9450 Doubloon Drive. And I was notified by mail that Indian River County would consider adoption of this notice of intent to affirm the existence of a recreational customary use of the beach in front of my house. I've owned the property since June 1st of 2016, and I've lived there full-time for a year. My property is bounded by Summer Place public access path and crossover on the north side and the seawall on the east. The beach access and the beach in front of my house is in constant daily use by neighbors and by people passing along the beach from the properties north of the seawall, the public beach, properties south of the seawall, and the Disney Resort. All my friends come. I have a lot of friends in the community, and we take our kids to the beach, so it's a great public space that we use for our kids. So it's clear that the beach has been in recreational use, and I fully support that the county effort to affirm this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, welcome.
Thank you. Audrey Rigby, 8465 59th Avenue, President of Westwall Bastard Progressive League. I support what the county is doing. That beach is considered the promised land. We're Moses, we don't use it, but the beach is the promised land. Everybody should have access to it. We adopted, the people of Westwall Bastard hope that you adopt this plan. We support you, but my granddaddy did not. So I'm gonna give a different perspective. He did not, was not able to go over there. I am, and I have friends that use it. The only time that I wasn't here is when I went to the Marine Corps and I went to college. But when I have friends that visit, we go to the promised land. It must have access to the public, must. That is the selling point for us. Not where I live, but where the beach is. That's where they come. That is the Holy Grail. We support this, 100%.
Very good, thank you, Audrey. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this?
Oh.
Sorry. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but I'm compelled. I'm Mary Leahy. I'm at 9540 Seagrape Drive. I'm not a resident of Summer Place, but I do enjoy the beach. And I think one of the things we need to think about is the image. What do we want to say to people? What do we want to say to tourists that come into our area? You're not welcome here? We don't want you here? This is only for the privileged? Is that what we want to say? Or do we want to say Vero Beach welcomes everyone? We don't need barriers. We don't need walls. We don't need to keep people out. Maybe those people that can't afford to live on the beach. Our message needs to be, we are a welcoming community. We want you here, and we want you to enjoy the God-given resources that God gave us. Not any one man, God gave us those resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none and having provided ample time for all to speak, close the public hearing. Commissioners, your comments or your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Fleischer.
About 23 years ago, I traveled down south from a colder climate, looking for a place to relocate with my family. And I drove down to, we all drove in a van in I-95, and this was long before GPS. All we had was something called a Hagstrom map. Anybody remember those? And my parents were living in Vero Beach, and, well, long and short, reading the map, we got off in Sebastian. And it was a long trip, and we drove down County Road 512, and then I saw another sign, County Road 510, and I said, well, that gets us lower, I guess, if we're lost. And I drove down County Road 510, and I noticed that there wasn't too many people out, and I said to my wife, maybe there's not too many people around here. Where is everybody? So my wife eloquently said, it's 97 degrees out. Nobody's going to be outside. But as I kept on driving, we drove, and then I said, hey, we have water here. There's beach. No, it's a river. So we went over the bridge, and we just kept going. We were lost, but we were found. We found that we went over the second bridge, and we hit Wabasso Beach. And that's where all the people were. They were all on the beach. There were people on surfboards. They didn't have waveboards then. It's real long surfboards. There were some folks to the left fishing. And I remember getting the kids out of the car and looking. I said, you know, we need to move here, not in that Vero Beach. We need to move in Sebastian because it's real close to it. And figuring out where we can move, I said, I think we found the home. And I just remember so much population on the beach. Again, it was 97 degrees out. Where do you go? Stay inside in air conditioning, or you go outside? And the beach was lined, and then I think the market there was called Boppy's Beach Market at the time. It was Boppy's, and people were sitting outside and eating sandwiches and hoagies or grinders, whatever you call them, wherever you come from. It was food. And it was a nice beach-like environment. And people were out there. The parking lot was pretty full. It was smaller then. But there was a lot of folks there. And I just remember being overwhelmed about, we're home. And within a few weeks, we were at the real estate office, and we found home. And over the years, we visited many of the beach accesses, and I'm grateful that I was assigned, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the Beach and Shores Committee, something I never was at there, although I was close with Bill Glynn. It gave me a better appreciation. I don't know if I needed it. I do already have an appreciation. So I want to move staff's recommendation.
Second.
And move it forward with the, and I did hear James Gray say we estimate this to be about $30,000 in cost in filing and whatever. And I don't think it's fair to limit our legal direction to go to a place where we might be capped and limited, and we may have to come back and say, we're going to need $6,000 more. So, Counselor, before we go forward with that, could we consider perhaps maybe like $50,000? And I'm sure that Council will be conservative and fair and a good steward of the taxpayers' dollar, but I don't know if we want to limit it to what we really estimate it will be. So that would be included in my motion.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer that was seconded by Commissioner Zork, and the staff recommendation is that the board direct the county attorney's office to file a complaint for declaration of recreational customary use in circuit court, and direct the county attorney's office to notify all interested parties of the complaint for declaration of recreational customary use, and to provide the attorney's office up to an initial $50,000 for any court-related costs.
And if I may clarify something, Commissioner, is to actually to adopt the notice of intent. And if I may, if I can check with the maker of the motion in the second, I heard a couple different things, so I just wanted to, in our notice of intent, it says that the recreational use of the beach area issue includes, but not limited to, sunbathing, shell hunting, picnicking, and swimming. I might recommend, based upon what I've heard today, is maybe access for swimming and surfing. And then also I heard about sea turtle monitoring, so I'd like to include that. I've seen pictures of fishing and evidence of fishing, so include that. And then also I heard evidence about enjoying the shade from the seawall, so I'd like to include those as part of the list of uses. I'd also like to add in just referencing specifically the testimony from Dr. Philip Glade, also from Patty and Walter Gerard and John Lanhart, and also Molly Siegel, as I believe they all provided additional testimony today for additional basis for the customary use. And also, Jason reminded me, and also exercising as a use.
So amended and moved.
You're good with what Dylan said? Okay. And Commissioner Zork, you good with what Dylan said? And Dylan, I hope you'll get all that to the clerk to make sure she has it all properly added.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll revise the notice of intent, and it'll be the actual notice of intent, not just a draft, and then we will have that filed, and then we will proceed.
Very good. So everyone clear on the motion? Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
And if I may, Commissioner, I really want to thank both James and Kendra for their hard work on this. I believe this is we are the first county in this state to go down this process, so I know a lot of people will be watching us, and I was just very pleased with the work that Kendra and James did, and also very thankful for the board in kind of willing to take that step.
I'd just like to say thank you all for coming and taking the time this morning to speak. I will take a minute here to urge you, this is probably just the beginning, and we will need your support going down the road as this evolves. So please keep in mind that we will be needing you again as this works its way through the system. So thank you for coming this morning. I hope you can come in the future when we need you again. So thank you. And Commissioners, while we clear the room, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and come back at 10:45. We will go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We now move to public discussion items. The first one is a request to speak from Ron Edwards, President of Evans Properties, Inc., regarding a request for a letter of support addressed to the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District for Evans Properties, Scott and Bluefield Dispersed Water Projects. And Commissioners, we did move up Commissioner Solari's item to coincide with this as well. And with that, welcome, Mr. Edwards. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to address this body this morning and to request your support. We have these two projects before the South Florida Water Management District's board meeting this coming October the 11th for approval of Evans entering into an agreement with the Water Management District to design, build, and operate these two projects for a 10-year period. I've covered a summary of the benefits of the projects in here in water farming or dispersed water management in general, but these projects, the biggest thing they can do is that they are quick. They can be online in 6 to 9 months, and relatively cost is much lower than permanent projects that we're waiting to build by SERP for the Corps of Engineers or whatever. But the lagoon is in terrible shape, as we all know. It's very topical, all the problems we're having with blue-green algae today, and the runoff that comes from the C-23, 24, and 25 canals, which are what directly pour from the local basin into the Indian River Lagoon. That's where 80% of the water that gets to the lagoon, 70 to 80% on a year-in, year-out basis, comes from the local basins, not Lake Okeechobee overflow. That's something we need to all keep in mind when we're looking at addressing these problems. These projects, the Scott project can reduce the amount of water that will ultimately go to tide on average through C-25 by 25% as soon as it goes online. The C-23 outflow can be reduced by 25% when it goes online. That goes right into downtown Stewart, and C-25 flows right into Taylor Creek at Fort Pierce at the inlet. These projects can deliver a very quick help to the lagoon, and that's what we need as a way to reduce the pressure on the lagoon in the short term. If we continue to let it decline at the rate of decline that's happening now, waiting 10 or 20 years until these SERP projects can come online, we may not be able to reverse the damage we've done, or it's going to cost even more to fix it. So I would be happy to answer any additional questions about these projects. I mean, they're very simple. They replicate what used to happen naturally in South Florida with sheet flow across shallow water in the rainfall. We will retain all the rain that falls on the land in these two large X-groves that have died from greening and canker and hurricane damage over the years and now being repurposed. The water that rains on it stays on it, and we pump additional water on to the levels that the South Florida Water Management District authorizes us to hold, which is approximately 2 feet deep over the average land surface level. And 35,000 acre-feet of retention can be held by each of those two projects, and that's a lot of water out of the total that can go to tide. So if you have some questions additional, I'd be happy to try to answer them. I've been doing this for about 3 years, and we've been involved in the pilot projects from the very beginning when water farming was considered. So I consider myself almost an expert in this particular area now for having spent this much time in it. Any questions from from the commissioners.
Commissioners, any? Commissioner Slaring?
Just a couple. Again, you'd mentioned that we could do something quick, but again, how long have you been working on this or predecessor projects? Basically any projects in these boroughs that would capture water, whether for utility or for water farming?
The water farming projects, we entered a pilot program that was brought on by South Florida Water Management District with two other, the Calkins project and one by the Carltons, and Evans did one called the Ideal 1000 in St. Lucie County. Those projects were put online 4 years ago. They went through the initial evaluation and review process, probably over a 2-year period before that. So this process has been ongoing and evolving for close to 6 years now.
For the public listening, I just wanted to make sure that they understood that this isn't something that's just getting done quickly. It's because of 6 years prior work, it can move forward quickly from this point.
Right. It certainly hasn't moved as fast as I would like it to, and it's been frustrating that it takes so long to do it. And these projects certainly don't occur quickly. They were approved by the 2016 legislature, and they require that we go through a full Section 404 review by the Army Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife. They have involved an endangered species baseline, a wetland delineation baseline, a cultural resources review of all of the properties, and re-permitting and engineering evaluation by the district and the Corps. And they are very complex engineering and biological reviews that are done on the entire project we've been working 3 years on this project to get to this point where hopefully we have all of the answers and before the district to make that decision. And as you know, it's helpful when you're a board member of a body making a decision like that to know that the community supports that kind of a project and wants that kind of solution to be implemented as soon as they can. And certainly those water managers know that there's a lot of people raising Cain about the water issues in the whole state now.
And just, again, for the public, the size of the two parcels we're talking about?
The one in St. Lucie County is approximately 6,600 acres. The project that is in Indian River in Okeechobee County is about 7,800 acres, so roughly 14,300 acres. Two contiguous pieces of property that happen to be exactly on the large backbone canals that feed the South Florida water system. Those are unique pieces of land that serve that function and have all of those characteristics. They had the pump systems and the dikes already there. They were built to keep water out in the event of a hurricane or a flood and to adjust the water levels inside when it was growing citrus. And it is a relatively low-cost conversion to turn the pumps around and reconfigure a small amount of dirt work to hold the water inside rather than to keep pumping the water off as it was originally designed. So, and it's actually very difficult to find that much land in one place that doesn't have cultural resources. And the water management districts have learned that by a lot of the land that was acquired for the CERT projects has turned out to have cultural resource issues and may not be able to be used as it was originally intended. So it's difficult to find them, and they're not just, you can't go make every dead grove into a water farm. They've got to be in the right place, have all the right configuration, and they have to have had those berms already there in order to reduce the cost of not having to build all of that to begin with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, under your cost there, you have construction costs, and that's funded by the state legislature allocation. But then for the operation period, 10 years, is that a per year reimbursement, the 4.5 million, or is that?
That is a per year.
That's an annual?
Annual. There's a roughly $2.5 million initial capital cost to convert, and then there's a 10-year contract. The contract is cancelable by the state each year because the legislature can't commit more than 1 year at a time, but there's a good faith understanding that it's their intention to operate it for the full period.
Okay. And then under the nutrient loads, you give some numbers there that says this is what's pumped out of the canal. So how much of that load are you going to be removing before the water comes back into the system?
The water never comes back into the system. The water evaporates or seeps back into the ground. It doesn't, only in an emergency, like a hurricane flood or something, would it overtop and be allowed to go back into the C-25 or C-23 canal. But under normal operation and only filling it 2 feet full above the level anyway, it's intended to never overflow and to always evaporate or seep each season. It would go back to fairly dry through most of the land area that's covered.
So how many, say in a 3 or 4 month summer period, how many inches of rainfall do you think you can retain on site without pumping canal water in?
Well, we will retain all of the average rainfall is 50 to 60 inches in this area, and that's about what evapotranspiration is by itself. That's the theoretical basis is almost 1-to-1. And then on top of that, we will pump in probably 50% of the total retention will come from pumping.
50%, okay. And then just, have you done any testing? Are there any legacy nutrients in the land now?
Would you say
legacy nutrients?
latent nutrients?
Or legacy, latent, yeah, what do you want to call it? But stuff that's been applied in the grove for the last 50 years, and there's residue of that.
There certainly is latent nutrients. There's been a crop grown every year that those nutrients were put on, but there are still, I'm sure, some latent nutrient in the ground over all those years, as probably all farmland is. That's pretty much why I suspect that even though 75 or 80% of the citrus in this area is now dead, the runoff numbers have not improved. Those 3 canals are as bad or worse in their nutrient load as they were 20 years ago. And some of that is legacy load, some is the increasing population, septic tanks, fertilizer buildup, but unfortunately, I mean, just eliminating citrus hasn't immediately improved the water.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
Just one, without saying the exact number, I'm sure you're into this for many multiples of 6-figure numbers to get to this point out of your own pocket.
Very many.
And there is it's a 10-year window, but it is a very costly process for somebody to even look at trying to go through the process. And the state is, with all the things that you have to go through, it's hard to have a project come in the front and actually come out the back end that would be approved because of all the hurdles and agencies that you have to go through. So I appreciate you taking the effort to try to make this work, and your out-of-pocket costs that are significant. I think it'll be a very positive project.
Bringing it up. It's, when I look back now, I'm not sure I would
have done it.
I knew everything to begin with that I know today that I would have started down this road. It is a long process, and I'm not sure how many more of these will actually get done because it is. maybe we're breaking some ground that'll make it easier for the next generation that comes along to do it. But it takes a lot of perseverance to get there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Slaughter, we had moved your item 14B1 up to this point. Would you like to go ahead and address that, please?
Yes, I would. Basically, the request is to see if the board would adopt a letter of support for the projects to send down to the South Florida Water Management District. And I'm not here to say or debate whether this is the best possible project that we can do for TMDL remediation, but it's certainly the best one before us today. And for me, the most important thing with this is that it, from today going forward, can be done quickly. And I don't know of any other projects that we could do in our area that could be done in this time frame to address the problem that we have. And I certainly appreciate Mr. Edwards and Evans Properties' efforts in this. And I certainly hope that 6 months from now, they're actually in operation so that they can stop the flow of the waters through those two canals which get into the lagoon. So with that, I'll make a motion that we go ahead with a letter of support for the two Evans Properties projects.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Slaughter, second by Commissioner Flesher. Any discussion on the board on the motion? Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Good morning, Mr. Johnson. Welcome.
Mr. O'Brien, how are you today?
Well, thank you.
Bob Johnson, Corwin Subdivision. Do we know what the impact would be on the Indian River County drinking water supply? Is there any impact at all on when the pumping takes place?
No, there could be no impact on Indian River County. This is too far away from the wells in either the South County or up by Hobart Park to have any measurable impact. And the waters where they flow now would not even come into the county at this time.
So there's no impact
There's
to our county water supply?
All I can say is there's no measurable impact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Seeing none. All right, commissioners, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0, and that was under 14B1 for the clerk. Thank you for coming. We have a second request to speak from Franklin Snelson with the United Against Poverty regarding their new UP Center project update. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. United Against Poverty was founded 15 years ago here in Indian River County, and the purpose of our organization is to inspire and empower those in poverty to achieve economic self-sufficiency. To do that, we have 4 core programs that work together to put individuals in poverty on that path towards economic self-sufficiency, including crisis stabilization. The original program that the organization founded as Harvest Food and Outreach Center here was a co-op grocery program. And then we have education programs, including our Capstone program, which is a very unique workforce development program for people with significant barriers to employment. To be able to serve the number of citizens that are eligible for our services and desire to use our services, we are seeking to expand our facilities and consolidate them in Indian River County. And we are intending to purchase and retrofit a 42,000 square foot building on its interior to be able to triple the number of students in our workforce development program from around 100 graduates a year to 300, to be able to double the access to our member share grocery program from around 540 families per day to 1,000 families per day, and then also improve our service to the community by collaborating with partners under one roof so that we can help our neighbors in need more efficiently. To do this, we have had a campaign to raise the funds to make this happen in the community, and I'm pleased to report, thanks to the board of directors and a few folks close to the organization, we have raised all the money to purchase the building. We closed in cash in June of 2018, and this is the former Hillgrove Southern Fulfillment Center distribution building adjacent to the county administration complex on 27th. And we started earlier this year putting together funds to take care of the retrofit and the repurposing of the building for our purposes as a nonprofit organization. And so far, we've raised $2.6 million. In discussions several months ago, we learned of an opportunity with the state of Florida for a jobs growth grant program through the Department of Economic Opportunity. And so we have submitted a grant through that program to help us cross the finish line, if you will, so that we can repurpose this building for our program expansion. The total cost of our project, including the purchase of the building, is $6.6 million. We've identified through our due diligence some near-term maintenance items totaling roughly $1 million, involving the HVAC systems and the roof. And so the grant application that we submitted to the Department of Economic Opportunity was for a total of $2.2 million, and that would solve the remaining $1.2 million that the private sector has not already put up for this project, as well as solving the near-term maintenance items that we've identified that would be somewhat of a hiccup, if you will, to our annual fund. And so one of the reasons, this slide presents some of the reasons why we think this is a great project for the DEO grant opportunity. Number one, substantial funding. In fact, all the funding that has been committed to date has come from the private sector, so this would be an opportunity for the public sector to be the last in, if you will, instead of the first in, to bring this project to reality. Our STEP program, Success Training for Employment, again, is a very unique workforce development program designed for people with significant barriers to employment that is producing tremendous results. For example, since this program was launched in its current form in the middle of 2015, we have 301 graduates that are generating in direct wages over $6.5 million a year of impact into Indian River County. And the vast majority of individuals that have come into this program were unemployed when they started. So we have a very strong return on investment associated with expanding this project. And then the Department of Economic Opportunity identified in March of this year 5 specific areas for improvement in Indian River County that they would like to see these jobs growth grants affecting, and we feel like through our programming we affect all 5 in a significant way. And so we have submitted this grant application on September 14th. We have received some letters of support, including from Piper Aircraft, from Indian River State College, and from the Chamber of Commerce. And I'd like to thank our volunteers that have helped us so far with the campaigning efforts with the private sector. All these people have invested significant amounts of talent, time, and treasure to help make this project a success. And we would be grateful for a letter of support from the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Snelson? Hearing none, Commissioner Zork, we moved your item up to coincide with this. If you would like to address that, please.
Yes, this would be a letter of support, requesting the Commission do a letter of support for the DEO grant application for United Against Poverty. Just kind of for clarity, and if we have any other questions, Kate's here to answer. We know that there is one large set of funds, the $85 million that the governor has set aside for infrastructure and workforce development type projects. We did support the Aviation Boulevard, which falls kind of under the infrastructure side, somewhat tied to future workforce development, but this seems to fall under the workforce development side, so I don't see them as directly competing against each other and there's nothing that would preclude us from supporting 2 different applications. But I think the work that they do over there and the success rate that they've had with bringing these unemployed and sometimes first-time employment opportunities to people and the success stories and their time on the job is just a stellar accomplishment. And with that, I'd like to make a motion for a letter of support for the DEO grant application from the Board of County Commissioners.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Zork. I'll be glad to second the motion. Is there any discussion among the commissioners on the motion? Hearing none, is there anyone from the audience that would like to speak to the motion before us? Seeing none, commissioners, all in favor of the motion signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion, which is under 14E1 for the clerk, that motion passes 5-0. And I guess just on the two previous items, Dylan, would you help write up, or this one Kate can help with? And
We'd be happy to help on drafting those letters.
we will, I'll go ahead and sign them, and then we'll just bring them back under information at the next meeting. Is that good with all commissioners? Okay.
Thank you.
So that completes public discussion number 2. We now have public notice items. Dylan, would you do the honors, please?
Absolutely. So we have one notice of a scheduled public hearing. This will be for October 16th, 2018. This is the second hearing for the adoption of a land development regulation amendment to chapters 911 and 971 regarding the review and approval process for places of worship. This will be legislative in nature, and again, this will be a public hearing for October 16th, 2018. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Dylan. We move to county administrator matters. Update on historic Dodgertown. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Just wanted to provide a brief update on where we are with historic Dodgertown since the last board action. We did transmit to the City of Vero staff the proposed contract for purchase, as well as some additional documentation regarding potential development plans for the site, and also some information on the economic development that happens there now. One of the things that the City Council seems to be focusing on is the potential future economic development of the plan that the developer's working on. We wanted to provide some info that we get every year on the current economic impact of the activity that goes on at historic Dodgertown, which includes over 62,000 room nights in the hotels, and several $1 million in economic impact every year. So we've provided that information. I will say the city manager had reached out to me late last week asking if the county would be willing to provide a deed restriction on the property that would restrict it to only recreation and open green space. I informed him that I would not recommend that to the board, but I just wanted to bring that up here if there were any different thoughts. I think if the city wanted to retain that in open green space, then they wouldn't be considering selling it to a developer currently. Do want to provide you an update per Florida statutes. As we had told you, we are required to receive 2 appraisals on any property we're looking to purchase for more than $500,000. So in accordance with the board direction previously, we did go to the appraiser who had done the property appraisal for the city and get that, and we have gotten that appraisal updated. So the 2015 appraisal valued the property at $3.5 million. The update valued the property at $3.2 million. And I'm told that just this morning we got the report from the second appraisal, and I think the valuation there was $2,760,000, something like that. So both of those are in excess of the proposed purchase price of $2.4 million. So that's the basic update. If the board has any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. Jason, one thing I would like to add is we did get the data from the Treasure Coast Sports Commission, and I looked back the last 4 years, and from what I calculated, what Mr. O'Malley's group is bringing in at historic Dodgertown is averaging about $15 million a year in direct spending, and you know, that's a pretty big number, and I think hopefully the city, you know, will take a look at that and realize that they're having much greater benefit by Dodgertown being fully active like it is than some potential future as yet built undocumented benefit in the future.
And I would say that they've got some current development that's happening in their city. For instance, the Star Suites, which is adjacent to historic Dodgertown. Of course, the reason for that being is Riverside Theater. They need to house their actors during the season. However, that's obviously not enough to make a go of a hotel business. And my understanding is their reason for being at that location is primarily for business that comes from historic Dodgertown. So there's a construction project underway that is evidence of the economic impact that is happening from historic Dodgertown. And our concern all along has been to ensure that we do not jeopardize the future of historic Dodgertown because that economic impact can go away if we do not find a suitable tenant like Major League Baseball to move forward there in the future.
Any other comments, commissioners? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, Jason. And Jason, we will be at the city council meeting starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
See you there at 3 o'clock.
That takes us to departmental matters. The first one is under Public Works, the Waterway Village Second Amendment to the amended developers agreement. And Mr. Spirka, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rich Spirka, Public Works Director. What I have before you today is a developers agreement that started back in 2004 as a DRI between the developer and the county. And in that developers agreement, they were obligated to widen 58th Avenue from 49th Street up to 53rd Street. As it would have it, we also have the Gifford Neighborhood Plan from 2014, which also identifies the intersection of 49th Street to be approved at 58th Avenue. Back in August of last year, the staff brought to the board a synopsis of development in the middle of the county, information regarding projects that were either have developers agreements or are contemplating developing in this area. As such, we were looking at a mid-county east-west roadway as part of the development in this area. The staff brought to the board a look at the 53rd Street, pushing that through to 66th Avenue, which 66th Avenue will be a 4-lane section before too long, I hope. And that will connect US 1 through 53rd Street all the way to 66th Avenue. As part of that, the board, we also looked at our CIE, and the board allocated funding to start looking into that as part of last year's CIE program. The board also authorized staff to move forward with talking to the developer of Waterway Village as to partnering with them to widen 58th Avenue from 53rd Street to 57th as part of their project to widen 58th Avenue. So Public Works staff met with the developer, and we came to an agreement about with this developer's agreement you have in front of you. Basically, the developer at their cost is going to widen 58th Avenue from 49th Street to 53rd, including 4-lane configuration, left turn lanes at the intersections of 49th Street and 53rd Street all the way around, pedestrian crossings, pedestrian access sidewalks. They will be eligible for impact fees for their part of the development. As part of this agreement, we've also negotiated with them for Waterway Village to design, permit, and construct what we call the county segment, which is from 53rd Street, well, basically just south of the North Relief Canal Bridge up to 57th Street. As part of that, the county would reimburse the developer for the design services and the construction of the roadway in the future. Attached is the developer's fee, or the engineer for the developer's fee as part of the a package. The amendment also states that the developer is going to contribute to the 43rd Avenue and State Road 60 project $153,300. And they're also going to contribute to the State Road 60 58th Avenue, any improvements we can do there in the amount of $110,400. Currently, the construction cost for the county segment is right around 4.8 million, but that's based on the current plans. The engineer and I have had discussions with Indian River Farms regarding the bridge, which is the major cost, and we've come up with some options that we hope will reduce that cost. That will be a benefit to both the Indian River Farms and the county. So, funding for the county share of the project for design in the amount of $231,311 is available in optional sales tax, 58th Avenue widening, 53rd Street to 57th. Funding in the amount of $3.5 million for the county share of the project is included in this year's CIE, and it's available out of optional sales tax. Staff recommends the board approve the Waterway Village Second Amendment to the amended developers agreement, approve funding in the amount of $231,311 for the reimbursement of design costs for the county segment of 58th Avenue, and authorize the chairman to execute the developers agreement on behalf of the board. Any questions?
Thank you, Rich. Commissioners, question of staff. Commissioner Zork.
Yes, I don't see it in the back, but is the 58th Avenue segment going to be a divided median concept like 53rd is, or what's the profile?
Yes, sir.
Is it? Okay. And then on the bridge replacement with Indian River Farms, is a box culvert concept allowable by them where the farms allowed that on 66th Avenue north of 60? I think one of the mall entrances was changed from at one time a bridge to a box. Just trying to explore options that help drive the cost down.
We're exploring several options. One option is the box culvert, depending on volumes. The second
Right.
is an arch bridge, which is basically a concrete bridge that sits on pilings on either side of the thing without having to drive physical impediments to the flow of water.
Yep.
And the third is a standard bridge. We've looked into those. We're discussing them. We're going to see which is the best option for everybody, and hopefully it'll be the least expensive option. But these have been discussed with Indian River Farms already.
And then on the north end, we're going to go to 57th Street, which I think that's going to be great because there's a lot of heavy traffic volume with Storm Grove and some of the other projects that lead into that. How far north will those improvements go as they taper back down to the existing right-of-way?
Off the top of my head, it's anywhere from 1,000 to 1,300 feet.
Okay.
It'll depend on the transitioning, but there will be full turn lanes at that location on all four legs.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other commissioners? Okay, commissioners, your pleasure.
Staff recommendation.
Second?
We have a motion from Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Zork, to approve the Second Amendment to the amended developers agreement. Is there anyone from the public wishes to speak on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, up next is the utility items. There's 3 there that might be a little lengthy. I have a matter under my matters that I hope would not take too long, and I think there's a couple people here that would like to speak to it. So with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and move my item up now, and hopefully we can conclude with that before we get too much into the utilities. So hearing no objection, we'll go to item 14A1, Commissioner Matters under my matters, and I'm bringing to the board a request that we change the name of the North County Park to Fran Adams Park in recognition of all the dedication and hard work that Commissioner Fran Adams did to get that land available for us to put the park in there and the shooting range and all that. And the board is, not this particular board, but we've done this before down in South County. We've named that park the Dick Bird Park in honor of all the work that Dick Bird did as a commissioner to achieve the recreation and the golf course and things like that. We have Amelie Lloyd Bridge named in honor of the work Amelie Lloyd did. And then the one thing that really strikes me, that part of why I wanted to bring this forward now while Commissioner Adams is alive, is that I remember when we dedicated the Joe Middleton park out at Blue Cypress Lake. And I remember Mrs. Middleton was upset that Joe wasn't there to see this. And I know that we all kind of, sometimes you're a little hesitant to do a naming while a person's alive, but I think in this case, I'm very confident that Commissioner Adams is still going to be a stellar member of our community, and that we can go ahead and name this park after her in her honor. And so that would be my request to the board, is to consider renaming it to the Fran Adams Park. And I don't know, I think Mr. Robinson might want to speak to this, and Ruth. So, Peter, you want to come on up?
Hi, my name's Peter Robinson. I live at 315 Great Twig Road, Vero Beach, Florida. And I'm the one who lobbied Commissioner O'Brien to do this, because I said, you know, the problem, I'm getting older, okay? I'm not going to be around 10 years. I won't be able to harass you people. But I said, you know, people forget what people have done for this county. And Fran, when that park was proposed, there were people who came in, they wanted a swimming pool, they wanted all these things. They came up with the idea for it. They went to the state and said, hey, why don't we put this, you know, on the state park land? And the state's attitude was, forget it. That is conservation land. It can't be an active park. You can't do any of these things on that land. And, you know, most of the bureaucrats and the other commissioners at the time kind of said, oh, well, you know, that's the way it is. And Fran said, no, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to change this thing. And I was one of those too. And she said she was going to go up there and get him to change it. I thought, she's out of her mind. But she did that. And, you know, and that's what made that possible. And it's, I mean, it's a heck of a great thing for this community. And that's why I'm asking you all to, you know, vote to name it for Fran while she's alive, because God knows she's done a lot of other things in North County too. So this is just a minor detail for her. And then I grabbed Ruth as she was going out, and she can tell you even more than I can tell you about it.
Oh, and I'm glad Peter grabbed me. I had not read far enough down in the agenda. I was here for a couple of other items. But I was on the planning and zoning, totally separate from Fran when she was county commissioner. And we were sometimes in Tallahassee. I was working on historical grants, and she was working on the North County Park and the gun range. And we would meet in the Capitol building, and she was relentless. We would hold elevator doors open while she could lobby for the money. Charlie Simpler was up there, and of course Charlie helped us a lot. And Fran was just, she had the big picture, and she presented the big picture, and it made really, really good sense finally to those folks up there. And it really has promoted so much of the stuff we have in Indian River County. You have a wonderful buffer preserve that also has other things involved with it, and now we're going to have in the near future the rails to trails that go from Sebastian to Fellsmere, which again Fran was part of putting all that together. So I think this would be just the way we could honor Fran. And I really believe, I'm like Peter, I'm getting older, so I'm thinking that you need to honor these folks while they're still alive. I spend a lot of time as a historian explaining why roads were named so-and-so and who this person was, and it's so wonderful to know that that person is still alive, like Alma Lee, to explain for herself why that was there. So I encourage you to please, please honor Fran with this name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Oh, and by the way, I have these stickers if anyone would like for this afternoon, so I'll pass them around.
And I'm wearing a blue shirt too.
Yeah, very good. Well, I think we see a little bit of the stubbornness and dedication from Commissioner Fran Adams on the dais today. I think we see a lot of her mom and our Commissioner Susan Adams here, and I say that as a good thing.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Oh, it absolutely is. It certainly is. And anyway, Commissioners, I can't make a motion, but I would be glad to second a motion to name the park under to Fran Adams Park.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to revert back to your disclaimer or your intro, and I want to note to the public, Ms. Fran Adams is in good health, because with that delivery, you was that, well, she's still alive. I just didn't want to have any mixed message sent out there. Two is, well, I'm not really fond of naming or a park from for an elected official. This was a whole different time in Indian River County's history where you really had to fight and you had to be beyond what an elected official, a politician could be, and she did a lot of road work, and quite extensive. It does take 3 votes to move things now, and it took 3 votes then. So my point is that there was other commissioners involved too, but by no means did that intimidate Fran Adams from moving forward and doing the great work that she did. So I just want to let that know. And the other point that you made that about, you know, sometimes we're apprehensive about naming a facility after someone who, yes, is still alive. You know, we always get concerned about, well, what will their course of life be and what could be attributed to that person that would bring a name down or a place down. And she lives an unsullied life. She's a dedicated business person in the community, great citizen, and thinking about that, I don't think we have any fear in that respect as well. Just wanted to clarify that. And I know that the awkward moment is that Ms. Commissioner Susan Adams will probably not invoke a motion as she might be related to the honoree, and you can't make a motion. But what do you mean? Did you get the little kit to test? No. With that, so I'll be happy to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Flesher. Pardon?
I'll be happy to second so I don't get grounded.
Very good.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I did not know if you wanted to yield, but if you want to and take the primary, it was the chairman's actions. And finally, you know, one other thing is it's a great place. And, you know, the marketability, it needs a label. It needs a name. It needs an attachment. Because if I'm planning on having an event at the North County Regional Pool and I'm from Iowa looking for a training facility, I'm not really compelled to think of the North County Pool as the place to be. Kind of sounds like a municipal swimming hole, and it's far from that. It's a class and place, and it should have a name, and I'm happy to have a name there. I thought maybe Adams Park or Adams Pool, but you want to go to Home McGill, it's happy to do it.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there any discussion among the commissioners on the motion before us? Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to speak to the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, commissioners.
Following the logic of the last item on the agenda, 15A1 can probably be wrapped up in about 30 seconds and allow the fire chief to actually go back to work.
Absolutely. I'm all good with that.
So move the grant.
We have a motion from Commissioner Solari, second by Commissioner Adams, to approve the grant for capital and operating equipment. Is there any discussion among the board? Is there anyone from the audience that wishes to comment on the motion before us? This is item 15A1 in the agenda. Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Chief. We now then will circle back to departmental matters, G, utility services. The first item is a comprehensive water, wastewater, and reclaimed water rate study and water and sewer impact fee study recommendations. And good morning, Mr. Burke.
For the record, Vincent Burke, Director of Utility Services. I'm joined to my left by Mike Rocca from Raptelis, and Robin Chaco's in the audience as well. And to my right is Cindy Corrente, Utilities Finance Manager. We have, just as a matter of housekeeping, an updated recommendation sheet that we'd like to give to the clerk and to the board as well. It's got some information that came in after the agenda was presented. It's minor clerical in nature, but we want to make sure that the board had a copy of this. So Cindy's going to walk through, and while she's walking through, I'm just going to kind of give a brief summary of how we got to this point. Back in December of 2016, the board may recall that as part of the North County Septic to Sewer project, there were 4 phases that were requested of staff to come up with a more comprehensive analysis with respect to a septic to sewer policy that is including but not limited to a county-wide ranking system that was done and presented to the board that had an unbiased ranking system for all of these subdivisions throughout the county. We had hired a local engineering firm to present that information. The second part was to update the comprehensive plan. We worked with community development. We reached out with the Department of Health folks to update the comprehensive plan, brought that to the board, had the 2 public hearings, had P&Z approval, and sent it to the state for ratification. The third part was to come up with a updated septic to sewer policy, and not necessarily in that order. The other part was to look at the financing mechanisms as well as a rate study. As you know, that we have mentioned on several occasions that the utility department has not had a comprehensive water, wastewater reuse rate study since 1999. Typically, these things are done every 3 to 5 years, so there's a lot of information. Hopefully, people at home or in the audience do not fall asleep, because there's a lot of technical and other information with respect to the numbers and the policy that staff and Raptelis is going to present. So we have before you 4 separate agenda items. The first one is really broken out into 2 components. It's under 1 agenda item, but the way that staff had recommended to present this information was to go over the water and wastewater impact fee update with specific recommendations, and then the comprehensive water, wastewater, and reclaimed rate study with that information. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to my left, Mr. Mike Rocca from Raptelis.
Good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Mike Rocca, and with me today is Robin Chaco, and we're with the firm of Raptelis Financial Consultants out of Orlando, Florida. Castleberry, really, but a suburb of Orlando. And as Vincent said, we have a lot of stuff to cover today. It's about a 45 slide presentation. And what I'll ask you to do is ask questions as we go along, rather than wait for the end, so we can clarify as we move along there. As Vincent said, this is broken down into 2 parts. The first section that we're going to address here is your water and wastewater impact fee update. And looking at the current water and wastewater impact fees, the amounts that you have currently today were set in 1999 and haven't been changed since then. So that's quite a while. And just as an interesting fact, I was the consultant back then that did the impact fee study and set these amounts in place along with the rates that you have in place today. The impact fees historically were set based on common law. However, back in 2006, Florida enacted a statute that set the criteria and parameters on how impact fees would be developed and administered. There's 5 criteria that's involved in the statute, and 2 very important criteria that needs to be addressed, or needed to be addressed, is the fact that your impact fees today have to be set on current local cost rather than average historic costs as they were back in 1999. And secondly, if challenged, if If the impact fees are challenged today, it's incumbent on the local government to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that they are correct. And supporting our work today is a very comprehensive study that's got all the detail necessary in order to support that. Just an overview, just to make sure everybody understands what impact fees are about for water and wastewater. They cover the backbone treatment and transmission facilities out there. They're to recover those costs that you've invested in the system. The treatment facilities for water consist of your source of supply, your water plant, and any of your high service pumping and storage that's located on site of these plants. For wastewater, it's the wastewater treatment plant and the disposal facilities. The transmission facilities are the major backbone mains that you have out there. They're generally 10 inches and greater in that range of size. And it also includes any of the remote high service pumping and storage. Whereas the wastewater transmission facilities consist of the major force mains, the interceptor sewer, those are gravity sewer pipes that bring in flow from multiple communities rather than just one community, and any of the remote master pump stations out there. Without going through all of the details and everything, we'll get right through the results, because what we did is we took all of the cost, divided it by the capacity, and came up with a new impact fee amount for both water and wastewater, and individually for transmission and treatment. You can see here that our calculated fee based on the new criteria is at a little over $7,400. That represents approximately an 80% increase from where you're at today. However, neither your consultants, ourselves, or staff is recommending that these are changed at this time. But the calculated amount would be the amount, the correct amount to fully recover all the costs out there for those facilities. Looking at a comparison of both your existing impact fees and the new calculated impact fees to some of your neighboring communities out here, neighboring utilities really, you can see that your current impact fee of $4,096 is just slightly below the average of all the other utilities out there. Should note that most of these utilities most likely will be updating their fees in the near future. Some of them may have been updated yesterday and we weren't able to get the information that quickly. So you got one utility there, which is St. Lucie County Utilities, that is approaching the same amount that we have calculated for your new current impact fee.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Commissioner Flory and then Commissioner Zimmerman.
It seemed to me that the first part of the, I may be totally wrong on this, but it seemed to me that the first part of the impact fee would sort of be based on the level of service, which, as I understand it, is the gallons per day. And for the water, it's 250 gallons a day, wastewater 250 gallons a day. And the two questions or things I don't understand on this. One is I thought our average, using an average gallons a day, was 180 or less on the water side. And the second one is I don't understand how the amount for the level of service can be the same on the wastewater side as the water side. Because I thought wastewater was basically, you take X amount of gallons into the house, some of it's used and doesn't go into the system, and then X amount comes out, or Y amount comes out. And I would have thought that the Y amount that came out would have to be less than the amount that went in. I mean, people would drink some water. People would use some water for washing. A lot of people use some of the water for irrigating plants. And so so those two issues. One is it seems to me the level of service on the water side is higher than the average, and that comes out to, by the math, 7,500 gallons a month, which is much higher than the average customer. And the second one is the idea I don't see how it's possible that wastewater number could match the water number. So anything you can do on that one, I would appreciate.
Well, I can start off. When you look at capacity or level of service for impact fee, it's not based on average daily use, because average daily use wanders all over the place based on occupancy, the number of people, and everything else. So to avoid having thousands of standards out there for all the different types of dwellings that can occur, engineering-wise, it is looked at and you come out with a standard of capacity that a dwelling, in this case a single-family dwelling, would typically need, not necessarily use, but need. Some will be below it and some will be above it. So you have to come out with a common factor, and that's how the 250 gallons a day occurs. It's not what they actually use, but the amount of plant capacity and line capacity that's needed in your system in order to make sure that they receive adequate service. It's
The word typically, the way that's used in that phrase, I don't buy it, but I'll accept that that's what you're saying.
So typically, we have some folks that use less than 100 gallons per day per person. In the community development, we know that there's about 2.3 persons per home. So we're trying to say that some homes have 1.7, some have more than 2.3, and we're trying to look at historical numbers as well as the per capita use of that. We've seen some places that go in excess of 110, 120 gallons per person per day. Times your 2.3, you're going to be over that 250 threshold. So we tried to look at the historical level of service that we had to match up what was in the comp plan to be consistent with what we have for the first part of your question. The second part is if you look at places like FPUA or other places, they do have a much higher number going in versus what's coming out. But we have historically used what's going in with what's going out from a capacity reservation standpoint to look at that level of services being provided per ERU.
I understand that you've used that historically, but again, my understanding is that the amount that actually goes in is significantly less than that. Something more closer to 80 gallons a day rather than 250 gallons a day. So that differential just seems to be too great. So again,
Again, just to reiterate, it's not based on actual use. It's based on a level of capacity at your plants and your transmission and collection system that's available for those different dwellings to use. And you've got to be above it and not below it in most cases.
And I would say that if you just look at the fee comparison on this chart, you'll see that some of the utilities have a lower flow for wastewater, but it is common, and it seems to be the most common, to have the same amount of wastewater flow as water. And I would say that to the point that someone drinks water, usually in another form, that ends up in the sewer system. And then also people drink things like orange juice and Diet Coke and put food down their garbage disposal that didn't come from our water system. So I don't think that's a fair characterization of the only thing that's going into our wastewater system is the water that was consumed, less some water that doesn't make it into the system.
well, I'd certainly say the comparison is ridiculous. That the amount of water that comes through the pipe, again, what is the average amount of water for a customer that goes, the average amount of gallons per day for the average customer? We ought to have an average.
We found anywhere from 80 to 100 gallons.
And what is the average wastewater amount?
We don't measure.
Most of our customers don't have meters on their wastewater system.
No, but we have a number.
So we bill them for the same amount.
We have a number of homes, a number of customers, and we have an average daily flow that goes into the plant. And I've heard another utility member say that it's 80 gallons per day. So again, I mean,
We're talking about an ERU, which is
okay.
Okay, moving
Mr. Chairman,
forward.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, we have Commissioner Zork.
So kind of on the same question, if you could go back to that screen, the 250 gallons per day, and I know probably about 2 years ago when we looked at what our excess plant capacity was, and it had a chart that kind of showed where we thought we would be and where we actually were under the curve in terms of actual consumption. And probably part of that's attributed to new construction versus if you convert a older neighborhood of existing homes that are older that don't have all the water-saving conservation devices, faucets, toilets, newer washing machines, those types of things, they would tend to use a higher number of gallons because the homes were just not built to be as efficient. The new homes, as they come online, I think are really what's driving down the consumption because they're so much more efficient and use so much less water for the day-to-day activities. If you use all these assumptions, the 250 in, 250 out, and then you take your plant capacity and your plant cost and you're dividing it by that, but if you're only using average, say 180 gallons per day, somewhere at the end of the line, your plant may show it's completely used up when there's a huge amount of capacity left over that you can't get to because you didn't rectify the numbers as you went along. I would say, and Cindy, you might know this, if in the last year, we've had a few what I'd call petition water projects, but there's not been very many. We had Pinson, we had the one on 66th Avenue north of 12th Street. We've had a few, but the big driver is really the new construction of the newer communities. I would say that's probably 90+%.
Yes, that's correct.
In the ballpark. What I don't want to see is stranded capacity in a plant because we use 250 gallons a day, but the real flow is 180. So if you divide out the plant capacity by the 250 per location, but you're only using 180, you've got a lot of trapped capacity that you can't get to because your numbers don't allow you to. And maybe it's something you can go back and look at and see, is there another way to look at this? And I also agree with Commissioner Solari, maybe difference on the numbers, but if you're using 250 in, maybe it's 230 out or 220. I'm guilty of high water bills occasionally, especially during the summer, the kids playing and all that type of stuff. But the net numbers, I could see why you're using them because it's kind of a standardization, but I see stranded capacity down the road because you're saying you're using 250, 250, 250, and if it's really only 180, how do we get to use that capacity at the end when our paperwork says, no, we've budgeted for 250, but we're really only using 180? Just something to put out there for you guys to think about. I know we're moving forward some of these things today, but that may be something that needs to be brought back and say, maybe here's another way to approach it, because I agree that the numbers of consumption are, one, I don't think it can be a net in and out. I think there's maybe a 10% variation or some consideration. That may not change things that much, but I'm more worried about stranded plant capacity because on paper it says we've run out of capacity, but in reality, we have a lot of capacity left because of our actual consumption. And I don't know how DEP regulates that part.
I think to address your concern, Commissioner, when we're looking at CUP renewals for the plants, we're looking at flows at the plant level and not using customer service billing data. So, before we expand a plant, we're going to look at what actually flowed through that plant and what's required to meet our services, but we're not going to use billing data. Does that address
Well, I guess,
one of
so
your
flow
concerns,
data,
some of your concerns?
why couldn't you use flow data for these numbers if we know flow data? Couldn't you just use real numbers and put some factor in with the numbers so that you're not too tight, but you have some variation? But if our flow is 180 or 160, I don't know why we want to use 250.
Don't we have meters on the flow going into the house, but we don't meter wastewater?
No, you just take the total plant capacity and divide it out.
So it appears that that's the only opportunity you have.
I feel like we're getting a little down in the weeds here, and my understanding is the 250 gallons per day number is based on what is needed at the plant to provide that level of service to each individual single-family dwelling unit. So you're always going to need a little bit higher capacity to ensure that you have the resources available to provide those appropriate flows, especially during peak hours of the summer when the kids are out of school, or whatever the case may be. Everybody takes a shower about the same time of day or whatnot. You're gonna need a higher capacity to provide that across the board. And you do have bad actors that are using much more. You have some great frugal people that are using much less. You have larger families in some homes. You have, 5 to 6 people in a home versus 2 people in a home. So I think in order to try to find a number that kind of addresses all those variables, the 250 number is the number that has been arrived at, and based on surrounding and comparable utilities, it doesn't seem like we're very off from the others. So I'd like to move on to the rest of this so we can get the whole picture, if possible.
One final comment on that. Utilities are designed sometimes for worst-case scenarios, and while we might have actual consumption, which is much lower than that, we have to prepare for things like fire flow, massive taps being turned on all at the same time. And so while we have our average daily flow leaving the plant, there are some max day issues where, for instance, we might have somebody opening 14 hydrants at one time. We didn't lose water, we didn't put anybody out of service, people didn't notice, but yet our ramps and our high service pumps ramped up.
Yep.
I remember that because we were out there in the morning looking for what was going on. And so when you have this conservative high level placeholder, which has been consistent in our comp plan, which has been consistent in our analysis, it may not be what's actually happening, but it certainly is a placeholder to be used for the capacity that may or may not be used by some folks. Some folks might exceed that, some folks may be well below that. We have a tiered rate structure to try to increase our conservation, but our design and our plant capacity is based on kind of like a worst case scenario. So to your comment, Commissioners, we might have some stranded capacity, but we might have a time when we have 2 fires in the county and we gotta have those storage tanks and we gotta have the fire flow necessary and be able to ramp those pumps up for that particular occasion. That might happen only once in 10 years. It may never happen. We cross our fingers and hope. But that's why we build our redundancy into the system. That's why we tend to oversize our pipes, and we tend to be a little bit conservative on the placeholder side, but also on the design criteria for those worst case scenarios.
And one last comment on that, and then we'll go forward. Here's a scenario that maybe I would hopefully happen someday. The Corgan's industrial property that's north of CVS, somebody comes in and says, it's in the city of Fellsmere. We have a company that needs 25,000 gallons a day or 50,000 gallons a day, and we go, well, because we're budgeting at 250, we don't have the capacity to bulk sell it to them for that job creator that's out there. So if we can use actual consumption to address that hypothetical need, again, there's nothing on the horizon, I'm just using it as an example, but I don't want to have our capacity kind of being allocated at 250 when it's a lower number, and if an opportunity, if something comes along and we need a bulk amount of water inside the city of Fellsmere through some type of wholesale agreement because somebody wants to bring jobs here, I don't want to be boxed out because we use 250 instead of 180. I don't want to say we don't have the capacity to service them when we probably would have the flow to service them.
And on the flip side of that, because we have oversized pipes and pumps in place, if that person were to come in tomorrow, we could serve them tomorrow based on the fact that we have that capacity and that oversized pipes. If we had designed those pipes for what was being used at that particular point in time, we would not be able to serve them, and we would have to design it, we'd have to build it, and we'd have to then permit it to be able to move forward. So there are some economies of scales that are built into right-sizing utility, but certainly the onus, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, is sometimes you don't want to design for what is in place today versus what could be there in some way, shape, or form. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving on. Okay, moving on to our conclusions. When we looked at all of this and everything else, your rates are based on the current local costs, which we feel are reasonable for both your treatment and transmission facilities there. And the fees were calculated on a net concept. And by that, I mean, to be equitable out there, you have to reduce the amount of costs that we identified in your fixed assets by any other revenues that are coming into the system that reduces that. That could be grants, it could be the debt service payments that are made through your user rates and charges. So those are all taken into consideration, so these are net amounts that are correct according to the statute. The facility cost and engineering design criteria that was provided by your utility staff, when we reviewed it, it appeared to be reasonable and representative. We're not engineers, but we do these studies all the time, and this appeared to be very reasonable. And as the last bullet notes, there was no adjustments to the current level of service because we found that to be appropriate at this time. You have other costs that new connections incur, such as meter installation charge, new account charges, and everything else. I just want to make it clear that those are not part of the impact fee. They get confused sometimes because they call them connection charges. And the last bullet there is that we really believe that you shouldn't wait 18 years between impact fee studies, that you should do it periodically, 3 years to 5 years, or whenever there is a major change in the capacity or the level of service in your system. Got a little yellow note at the bottom there, because there's one thing we do want to recommend that is addressed at this time, and that has to do with the allocation between the treatment and transmission cost. Here is a chart showing the existing and calculated amounts. I won't go through here. I don't know if I can point with this or not. You have, in the water, you have treatment and transmission and total amount of your charge right now at $1,300. You can see it's set at $320 and $980. And that the allocation is based on roughly a 25-75% ratio there. But if you were to look at what we revised, what we calculated, okay, the ratio between treatment facilities and transmission facility costs today is more like a 53-47% ratio. I think it would be that we're recommending that these ratios change. Why do we change these ratios? Because you may have agreements, developer agreements, where they install some of the transmission capacity, and you want to reimburse them accordingly if they get credits in their impact fee. And the same with wastewater. I won't go through the numbers unless you want me to. But as you can see, the amount didn't change, but the ratio between treatment and transmission did change. We'll move on to the user rates, charges, and fees. Well, we've heard that the last rate study was in 1999. Well, a little bit has changed since then. And this is just a few select items from the consumer price index changes there. You can see that your water and sewer costs per gallon, per 1,000 gallons, K-gallons, did not change. It's the same rate today as it was back in 1999. However, most of your other items show some increases. The one that shows beer at the end caught my eye real quick. So you've been doing pretty good. And when we look at what changes occurred in your utility itself, we found some interesting things. The number of accounts has grown by 186%. That's each individual connection. The number of ERUs, which is the size of those connections, has increased by 87%. The flow by approximately 88%, and 91% on the revenue. All three of those are very close to each other, as you can see. So you grew basically in operations by about 90% in round numbers since 1999. Some years more, some years less. Your O&M costs have gone up by 131%. Well, that's pushed by two things, inflation and growth. The CIP rose by 51% in those items, and you can see that your O&M only increased by 43%. But the 131 accounts for both more accounts that you had to provide service for and inflation. Debt service has gone down by 36%. Why? Because you reduced some of the debt load out there, so it's gone down. Now we come to the R&R, renewal and replacement, and your operating capital outlay. That's increased by 467%. Really, that's a good thing because it shows that you are now investing in your utility, you're keeping it in good working order, and that's a very good statistic to have right there. So that's a little background of what has happened. Looking at an overview of what we did in this comprehensive rate study, we thoroughly reviewed your rate structure. What is your rate structure? That's the component pieces that make up the rates there. Currently, you have a billing charge, you have a service availability charge, and you have a series of volume rates there. Those are the major pieces of your rate structure. We study those, we look at those, we compare it against usage data, historical usage data, to make sure that it's an equitable process. The next thing we looked at is all your customers. We have to understand your customer base and their characteristics, and also the fiscal requirements, your operating budget, your R&R, the debt service, everything that is needed in order to sustain your services. We put all those together and we say, are your current rates now sufficient to meet all your fiscal requirements based on the flow characteristics and operations that you have? We move on to the next step and we say, well, with those fiscal requirements, are they being budgeted in a reasonable method there to arrive at these amounts? Then we were also asked to look at your miscellaneous service charges. Those are those one-time, not one-time, but they are not a monthly continuous charge to a customer, meter installation, line extension, and other items like that, establishing a new account. Those are those types of charges there, and that we looked at updating for full cost recovery. We also examined the ERU reserve account and the concerns that your staff had with those. And that topic is going to be covered a little bit later, more in depth by your staff, along with providing a uniform septic to sewer policy. That is the essence of our study process. Well, the first thing there that we touched on was, is your rate structure correct? Well, we found that it is good. In fact, we found that it's very good. At one meeting, I said it's really not broke. We don't have to fix it. Okay? Why? Because as you can see on this graph here, there is a reasonable relationship between the ERUs, which is the capacity that's being used out there, the amount of flow or consumption that these units are using, these ERUs are using, and the revenues that they're generating. There's a balance there. You'll never get these perfect, but there is a reasonable balance. This looks very, very good, and you're in good shape. The long bars there is your single-family class, which of course is the predominant class that you have in your system. but the other bars there show reasonable relationships also. We moved on and we said, well, if we're going to set rates here, we have to look into the future. We know that the rate structure is good, so what are we going to base the rates on? Well, one is growth in your system. You're going to have more accounts coming on board, more flow, more cost, et cetera. So we did a conservative approach, and we grew this by approximately 12 to 1,300 equivalencies per year. That's about 2% for water, 2.8% for wastewater. Why more for wastewater? Because you have fewer number of wastewater customers, so the most connections you're going to have is water and sewer, so we stay even. Your fiscal requirements, we looked at those very closely also, and we adjusted those for both growth and inflation as we go along. And you can see that you're moving from about 31.6 million today up to 34.13 5 years out in the future. This does not include major capital improvement projects. This includes your operating cost, your debt service, your R&R, and operating capital. You may notice there that the red portions of the bar decreases in the outer years. That's debt service, because you're going to be retiring debt out there. And beyond this, you're going to, at this point in time, be debt-free.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, one question on that. Once we're debt-free, we roughly in our water and sewer, we have approximately how much, not capacity, but we're at 70% utilization, or what kind of number? So so if we're debt-free according to the schedule, and if we keep at this 2% growth rate, how long are we looking at before we have to start a permitting requirement for a new system to add capacity based on that continuous 2% growth? I think it's pretty far out there, but I just don't know how far.
We just did a capacity analysis for our central wastewater treatment plant. We have to do that every 5 years, even though we have a 10-year permit. And we, right now, will we'll be well past 2031 before we have to look at increasing additional capacity. Or getting to so the DEP starts the clock ticking when you're at 75% capacity.
Right.
And that's why they had these capacity analysis and looking at the average daily flow and some of these max month or these 3-month rolling averages. So we've recently done that, and I'm picking one example just because that was recently done and finalized and getting submitted to the DEP. So we do have some capacity that extends out well past the near horizon, or at least the next 10 years.
And how about on water, if that's the wastewater?
On water, we have the ability to produce water. I think we're hamstrung by our consumptive use permit, which, as you know, and we brought to the board, plateaus from 2021 to 2031. So we are looking to modify that in some way, shape, or form. We just don't have our availability to be able to do that at this point. We're going to be able to do that shortly.
Okay, great, thank you.
We've taken all this into consideration. We got with your staff, we looked everything over, and we said, are there any rate structure modification and accompanying rate adjustments that should be considered? We did find a few, and you can see there I used the word tweak because there's no major adjustments here. There are tweaking moves to the system. One is the billing charge cost. We were asked if we can incorporate that in your service availability charge, so there's just one line item representing a fixed cost on a customer's bill. The next thing we did was looking at reducing the number of water blocks and the allowances within those blocks. We felt that this was more, the adjustments that we were making would be more representative of your characteristics today than what they were back in 1999. So we reduced it and we changed the allowance in there, and we'll show you what those are in a moment. We also adjusted, because we adjusted the number of blocks and the allowances within there, we had to adjust the rates for each of those tiered blocks But we did that on a revenue neutral basis. In other words, the same amount of money is going to be collected under the new rates as would have been under the old rates or the existing rates with the blocks there. And we adjusted one of your wastewater blocks to be consistent. One was 12,000, the other was 13,000, so we did that for consistency. Here's what the rate structure looks, both your existing and proposed. Your billing charge, as you can see, has been eliminated. We're really not eliminated. It's been combined with your service availability charge. And you can see what those difference amounts are. They went up from $776 to $875 because it had to absorb the billing cost, as did the ones for manufactured home, multifamily, and commercial, respectively. You can see where your volume charges were at 0 to 3, 3 to 7, 7 to 13, and above 13. And we streamlined those to 0 to 5, 5 to 10, and above 10. Makes it simpler. It probably better represents your customers out there at this time. And in order to be revenue neutral, we left the first tier rate at $220, and we adjusted the other two such that it would generate approximately the same amount of revenue.
Mr. Chairman, one question on that, if you could go back one. In practice, your first 5,000 gallons, I would think, is your most expensive gallons to get out the door, and the more you use, the trend you would think would be going lower. But I know we have the rate structure so that if somebody's not water conscious and they use a lot more water, we're kind of penalizing them. But in reality, your consumption chart, your most expensive water is the first water out the door, and as you do more, hypothetically, the rate could be less. But to incentivize conservation, we kind of ratchet up the rates to encourage people to save water. But I'll go along with the rate structure the way it is, but your first cost of something is the most expensive, and then it gets cheaper as you go along, I would think. But
are you talking from a production standpoint, or you're talking?
Right.
Yeah, well, there is economies of scale.
Right.
In utilities, of course. But those economies of scales can be misleading because the fact if you took advantage of economies of scale, sooner or later you'd have to build more capacity, and capacity is very expensive compared to operations, and even if you could get the permit, the consumptive use permit for water. So there is a lot of interplay that goes into these rate structures and rates.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner Solari, had a question or comment?
Yes, I do. I think that the first block particularly is excellent because I think that water is a basic right. I mean, close to a basic right. It's something that is a real need for everybody. But one of the things I've been proudest about in Indian River County's rate structure is that it was based on conservation price water pricing, and this reduces that significantly from what the rates were in 1999, especially if you go back to your slide and which shows what inflation was. So the rates, if the highest block, which is basically the amounts used by what I endearingly call water hogs, if it was adjusted for inflation, that 770 would probably be another 50, 75 cents more, so close to 850 or 9. And I think that's appropriate because it's those type of things that do drive unnecessary expansion, and I just hate to lose that. So, I mean, as a matter of public policy, I think that we ought to retain a Block 4, which has a price tag on it significantly higher than the $7.04 of Block 3. I do not know how my fellow commissioners think on that, but that is where I am on that one.
So I guess, Vinny, do you guys have numbers of where that break would be, as far as household consumption, if people are just, moderately conserving water and not maybe being fanatical about it, but just, when you brush your teeth, turn the water off while you're brushing kind of thing. What would that family of 4 consumption be per month? Any idea?
I can tell you from experience, because I had 4 people in my house. My kids are in college now, and my daughter left. We went from about 8,000 gallons to about 4. So we're working on our consumption. So I was going to say, from a normal standpoint, it's probably between 4 and 8, right? Is for a normal family of 4. Some people are going to use less than that. We have some folks that actually use less than that have 3 people in the house. And there are other folks that have either they have a pool or they have multiple bathrooms. They may or may not have some water saving, those Energy Star appliances or toilets that flush low. So we would say that a good rule of thumb is probably between, I would say, 4 and 8 or 9,000 gallons for the typical average. And that's where you see the majority of our usage for these single-family homes is in that first section between 0 to 5 or 5 to 10. It's very unlikely or highly unusual where we do have some larger homes and some customers that do use in excess of 10, 12, 14,000 gallons. So I think it's appropriate to where we have that conservation and we have a higher tier to capture some of those to try to discourage. But for the majority of our customers, they're going to be in that lower tier or the first 2 blocks.
So given the 3 tiers, if you dropped the second tier from 5,000 to say like 8,000, and then anything above 8 would pay the higher cost, those people right on the edge would have a little incentive to cut their use down and stay in that tier. But if they're going over that, then they're paying $7 instead of it would normally be $3.85. Is that correct? Okay. Does that make sense to lower that tier number, or?
I've got a slide that may help clarify here. It's a couple of slides down, if I can get to it here quickly. This slide here shows the frequency of events of the single-family classification, which is your largest classification out there. And the red bars there are the events at different consumption levels, starting at 0, moving through. So you can see that the majority of the consumption is in, I would say, the 3 to 5,000 gallon range. We call them events because households one month may be at 4,000, another month at 5, and then down to 3. So these are billing events that you're seeing here, and these are based on a year's worth of data that we generate through what's called a billing frequency analysis, and we do it for commercial and multifamily and mobile homes. We did it for everybody, but just showing you the single-family classification. You do see some higher users way out there, but they are so far. There's so few of those that it really, in your situation, didn't raise a concern. And we looked at these rates. We really considered a lot of things you're saying here. And the reason we set it at those levels is the fact that most of the conservation activities has already taken place in the last 18 years. The people out there are now conserving, and all new construction by code is putting in items that are water conservation in mind. So therefore, we're not looking to penalize more so. We're looking at trying to develop a rate structure that's based on cost of service principles, but also community standards. If that helps.
Laurie?
I'm going to step out there and say that I believe the driver of higher rates, certainly based on my consumption, because I have 2 meters in the city of Vero Beach, one for irrigation and one for regular, and watching my neighborhood, that the driver is irrigation. And that's something which can be controlled if people control it, but they often don't. I mean, the best way, of course, as this board knows, is to get rid of all your grass, so you don't have to irrigate it so much. But the idea that we're using so much water, which is essentially free, because what we're paying for is the transportation, cleaning, distribution, and stuff like that, to water turf yards, which has its own significant problems, I find that problematic. So that's why one of the reasons why I like the conservation water pricing block, because it's not going to impact, in my view, 99% of the homes who are using the water to eat, bathe, clean, all those type of things. You will at least at the 13,000 gallon a month rate, I don't think you're going to find 10 families in Indian River County who don't pass that rate for any other reason than irrigation. And given that, again, I think that's a tremendous waste of a resource beyond a certain amount. That's why I think that it's great to have this conservation-based water pricing model, which may get people to actually think of the cost of their irrigation. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I'll go for a walk after a two-inch rain and see people's irrigation on. And that's a waste. And most of the people who are going to be impacted by this are people in my neighborhoods, because I live on the beach. Half the people on the beach don't live there during the summer. They have their irrigation on automatic, and it just goes on and on and on and on, and it's actually just damaging the yards, but they're not there to do anything about it. So anything that could get people to wake up and change that behavior, I think is a positive. So that's, again, my reason for my suggestion that we have the policy of.
Commissioner Adams.
Yes, I appreciate where you're trying to go, Commissioner Solari, but I would disagree with the conclusion. My guess is that most every account that is above 13,000 gallons is going to be a commercial business versus a single-family home. So my fear would be that it would be unduly burdensome upon your commercial businesses, some of them who utilize water, just more water by the nature of the business in which they are.
And I'll accept that. I apologize. I was just thinking of residential, so I'm.
But I do appreciate what you're
No,
trying
I'm
to
perfectly
get
happy to have the two-tiered rates. We have different rates between commercial and residential anyway. So I was thinking, and I certainly didn't say it specifically on residential rates.
And is that what you're showing here? This is residential?
Yes. Are you talking about the rate schedule itself, or are you talking about the frequency distribution?
The blocks.
Well, the rate per block, is this the same for commercial or different?
It's per ERU, per equivalent. So a commercial may be 3 equivalency. So at the first one, right now would be, if they're 3, it would be at 9,000 gallons for the
So the
first
consumption rate for residential is exactly the same as commercial.
Okay.
Depends on the number of ERUs at the location.
The easy way to adjust that is to simply have a block 4 that applies to residential only.
I would like to address the comment regarding commercial, though, because these are things that at times I like to analyze our data, and I can look at those tiers very specifically by our billing, from our billing records. And our commercial, we do not have a lot of commercial users in those higher tiers. Surprisingly, they're mostly in the middle tier. The second tier are $2, the current one, that's $2.42 per ERU, so they're using the 3 to 7. The high users, above 13,000 right now with our current rate structure. If you actually dissect those billing data records and you look at who's using, I do agree with Commissioner Solari, for the most part, those are residential units that are irrigating. As staff, we are very familiar with some subdivisions that came online, like between '04 and '07, that are small lots, and they're using potable water for irrigation. So we'll see those pockets of the higher users. But I don't think there's a big concern from a staff perspective. I think you made a valid point, but seeing what's actually used in the type of industry we have, even our restaurants, which are some of the per ERU higher users, but what you've seen over time since I've been with the utility in 14 years is even their usage per ERU is going down, and I think that's as they replace their dishwashing and those types of things, they're getting more and more water efficient appliances, so we see those averages even coming down.
So do we, commissioners, you want to just leave this for now and get to the end and look at the conclusions, or you want to pound this out a little more?
Whichever way we want to go, Mr. Chairman.
What I want to do is take a break. Why don't you go ahead and keep working through at least this part of it, and we'll see where we end up here.
Okay. We just looked at the water rates and how they changed. What's before you now is the wastewater. Similar to water, the billing cost has been included in the service availability charge. There was no change with regards to the residential cap nor the rate per 1,000 gallons. We did modify the 0 to 13 to 0 to 12 so we could be uniform there. We didn't find it necessary to modify the rates because the amount of revenues was really insignificant. It didn't change that much. There is a new item, though, at the bottom that I'd like to bring your attention to, and that's we're introducing an I&I, inflow and infiltration surcharge. You have certain accounts out there that when your billing department, when your staff compares their water meter to a sewer meter that's located, I imagine, at a lift station, a lot of times you see a big difference. And that difference in flow amount, let's say one is 24,000 gallons of water, the other could be 30,000 gallons in sewage flow, is due to inflow and infiltration because that property has a very leaky system to transfer the wastewater from their from their homes to your point of connection. And that's very expensive for the utility to address. And there's no incentive for those properties to fix their system because they're not being charged for that extra cost or burden that's being placed on the system. So your staff has asked us to look at what we could recommend that would provide some incentive for them to correct their on-site facilities. And we're suggesting here and recommending that there is a 100% surcharge on Block 1 and Block 2 sewer if on the portion that exceeds the water meter reading by the sewer meter reading. So in the case of 24,000 versus 30,000, it would be a surcharge on the 6,000 gallons of sewer there at the appropriate rate, be it Block 1 or Block 2. I've got some examples if you want to look at the examples to see what that impact is.
Mr. Chairman, while he's pulling that up, how many places do we have that are dual metered for both flows? Is there a lot?
Most of what we're speaking out in referral to here with the I&I are our mobile home parks. And for the most part, our larger parks have either one or two lift stations that serve only that community.
Right.
And so in those cases, we can monitor the sewer usage very specifically.
Okay.
Real quickly here, I have 3 examples here. The first example that's highlighted in yellow there is where the meter readings are the same for water and wastewater, so there's no surcharge applied. And these are arbitrary numbers, by the way, the 48,000, 36,000, 12,000. They're arbitrary on our part to show an example. Where a surcharge would be enacted would be like in the middle example there, where you have a water meter reading of 24,000, but you have a sewer reading of 48,000. So the surcharge flow is shown there for both blocks 1 and 2, and then the surcharges that would apply there. In this case, it's $68.64 for block 1 and $171.60. That's a substantial incentive right there. And then on the third example is where there is a differential, a smaller differential, but it's only classified in block 2. There's going to be very many different variations of this here. This is just an example of how that surcharge would work.
Mr. Chairman, do you have you don't have to use the location, but since we're using the mobile home park type concept, is that kind of the variations that you would see wet season, you know, where you've got a 50% spike or some significant number?
Yes, and so then what happens is some of the collector systems on these properties are private, and what happens is they like to drain their site and tie right into our sanitary sewer.
Right.
So it's great for them because it drains, but then it causes problems for us downstream, not only for other flows that may tie into that lift station, but certainly all the I&I that we are having to deal with. It also dilutes some of the BOD that comes into our plant, so then we have plant issues with the variations in terms of what's coming in, so that could cause an upset from the biological treatment as well. So in some cases, it's been, I would say, tedious and arduous to try to work with these property owners because you might be dealing with somebody out in California
Right.
that's far removed from what's happening with the, I guess, operational day-to-day folks here who don't have the financial wherewithal to be able to make those decisions and to correct those. So I know Cindy and some of our wastewater treatment staff has spent numerous hours going to multiple locations and talking with these folks and trying to address the issues. But it seems like it's been an arduous effort to try to go through code enforcement and to do corrective actions, for which at the end of the day, the department is looking to us to minimize some of the sanitary sewer overflows that can occur. So it's just another financial disincentive to try to have these folks try to correct their system.
I think if this moves forward, if a park is owned by an entity and there's 5 members of the board of that entity, that we send certified mail to each of them that this policy's coming, so it's not a surprise. We've all dealt with when things change in the mobile home parks, they get together and they are very good at reaching out to us on issues. So I want to have a great track record to show, but you're right, and Benny, you and I have talked about just in general, our manholes, when we have storm events, do we have, you know, incoming water into those? And you went through how the seal works to keep that infiltration down. And if they are not maintaining their systems and not reinvesting in them, and they're just cash flow machines for them, and they're owned by a REIT, which is owned by shareholders, we're taking it on the chin because they don't want to invest in their on-site infrastructure, and we need to balance that out. But I want a really good notification process so that they can't say they didn't know it was coming. Thank you.
Bill comparisons. Okay, this is always an interesting part here. You can see here on this chart, we have single-family, mobile home, and commercial with 3 equivalencies rather than 1 equivalency. And we have different usages there. For the single-family, it ranges from $3,000 to $15,000. And you can see the effect of our rate structure modification and our rate adjustments on the current bills as they're going out. On a 3,000-gallon account here, you can see that the current rate would be $40.10. We're proposing that down a little bit, and that's mainly because of the incorporation recovering the cost of the billing through the service availability charge. So you can see that a typical decrease here is about 1 to 2% through 8,000 gallons. It goes to 3% in 10,000 gallons, but then to address the incentive to conserve, once you pass 10,000 gallons, it starts going up, and you can see here at 15,000, it's at 5%. And that graph I showed you earlier on the frequency, I'll cover it a little bit more. It shows a little bit more detail on this. The mobile homes, you can see on a 2 to 5,000 gallons, it's all in the range of a 2.5% or give or take decrease. Again, that's primarily due to the reduction in the billing charge going into the service availability charge. And your commercial accounts, of course, we're using higher volumes of water here, and you can see their increases are in the 2%, mid 2% range. It will vary, of course, on every account, but there is no enormous spike or increase in any of these accounts at this time. And this is illustrated here on these graphs that we have. This is for the single family. This is the same information that was numerical in graphic form. And you can see that none of the green bars really spike up too far, showing the rate of increases or decreases that were there at the time. Here's the mobile home. Also, the green bars are all resting slightly below the blue bars. Same information shown graphically there, and here's the commercial account. And like I said, I don't think that this is a radical rate adjustment out there any place.
Mr. Chairman, can we go back one page under the mobile home park? So if they're master metered, they're taking that, and do they have sub-meters at each lot, and they do their own kind of rebilling off the master? Or is it a variety of?
It is a variety. Even some of our parks that are master metered, we actually have an MOU with one very large mobile home park in the community where even though the system's private inside, and even though we master meter the park, we bill individually. There are only a few that we only bill off of a master meter and don't also sub-meter.
So how would, okay, so if we have,
So the individual users, the residents in the mobile homes, for the most part with our mobile home parks, are being individually billed for their usage in their mobile home. So the chart that's in front of you right now would be those users. And the most common are the 2,000 and 3,000 gallon users. They're very minimal usage in most of those single.
how would we then, if we had an infiltration issue, would we be going back in those individual bills at that?
No.
No.
The infiltration is billed on the master meter.
Okay.
So the park ownership is the one
Okay.
being billed for.
And that's where I think the emphasis needs to be, because these people are paying, in many cases, very high dollars for park rent, and part of that should be towards renewal and replacement of, resealing streets, updating leaky water lines and sewer lines, and, right.
We definitely agree with that statement.
Right.
That could be a whole other very lengthy agenda item.
Can you go back to the residential one, please? Single family, okay. So kind of going along with what I mentioned earlier, and I think Commissioner Solari's point, and from what you all have said, you think that average family is more around 8,000. Instead of giving a 10,000 gallon user a discount, I'd almost like to see that either neutral or even slightly higher to help drive down that consumption, because I do agree with Commissioner Solari. I think that a lot of that last couple thousand gallons is the wasted stuff. People leaving the sink faucet on full while they're washing dishes, and when they're bending over to load the dishwasher or something, that thing is still flowing full speed, or irrigation, things like that. So just my point of view, I think at 10,000, I don't think they should be getting a discount here. I think they should be either neutral or paying a little bit more to encourage more conservation, but that's just kind of my thought there on that.
Can I bring your attention to the number of events that fall into that category? Because if we're going to change it, we need to change it because it's going to have an effect out there, a measurable effect. And when we go back to this graph here that I showed you earlier, and you see the number of events that are occurring here.
And what is
If you
an
look
event?
at where 10,000
for
is at, there's very few events.
Okay, but define event for me.
An event is a billing, is a bill at 10,000 gallon, because that one, we call it an event and not a customer, because one customer could flow at 10,000 gallons one month and 6,000 gallons the next month. It changes. A lot of these customers change. So we look at a billing frequency, how many events occur at different levels of usage. And the conservation concerns me, it really does. But we temper it with, is there enough activity out there that really warrants that adjustment to move away from certain standards that we have here. We can adjust it if need be, but I do not think that it's going to make any major difference in what's occurring in your community or with your customers.
Just looking at the graph, it looks like maybe it's 5 to 7% that's over 10,000 gallons.
Yeah, it goes up drastically for that band that is going to be using excessive water. It goes up quite a lot, the increase.
So those events would be, I thought those would be families.
These are single-family billing events, yes.
Okay, so then if you look to the right of 10.
That's 9,000 gallons.
No, okay, that's to my left. The other way.
The other right.
You see with 10 going up to higher numbers, higher usage.
Okay.
So all the boxes going to the higher side than 10 seems to like it to be about 5 or 7% of the customers.
Of the billing events, I think it'd be way less than that. We have that information, but I don't have it in front of me. It's in our billing frequency report.
But also to that yellow line, if I understand that correctly, it's showing that at about the 11,000 gallon point up to somewhere over 20,000 gallons, those folks will see an increase from the current rate structure.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think 10,000 is your last one where it's a decrease, and I think that's because in the new model, the higher rate kicks in at 10,000 gallons instead of 7,000 gallons. So, but those folks at 11,000 to looks like at least 20,000 or maybe something higher will see an increase with these rates, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Until it gets way in the outer end there where certain other economies kick in from the base charge leveling out. But those events are usually anomalies. And a lot of people don't flow at 60,000 gallons. There's not that many occurrences.
Big pool.
It's just that the data had it in there, so we're showing it here. As your rate analyst, we looked at this. We do a lot of conservation rates. We look at what drives it. We look at your customer characteristics, and we didn't pick these numbers arbitrarily. We looked at these graphs like this, and that's why we set it at 510. I mean, we could have said it at 4,700 or something, but you stick with round numbers. So
does the rate for water consumption work like the price of gasoline does for miles driven? So if the price per gallon drops 25 cents per gallon, I might be more inclined to take a weekend trip and drive somewhere because now my cost just got used. And in effect, I'm burning more gas because I'm taking a trip I might not have if the price were higher. So all of these, and the vast majority of the events are all going to get a price decrease. Is that going to translate them into using more water because their water bill is cheaper now?
On that one, just from thinking, I don't think that for most people, the amount on the bill would be material enough to alter their behavior. And that's one reason why on the conservation pricing, I think you lose a lot of the conservation pricing initiative unless that increase in the last year is significant. Because again, unfortunately, I think that most people who are up in Martha's Vineyard during the summer aren't going to notice a $5 or $10 difference in their bill. It's going to take something more significant than that to actually change the behavior, which is one of the difficulties.
Their water in their grass.
of this. I mean, basically, the people who are the poorest lot, whose behavior could be altered, don't have irrigation to begin with. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zork.
On the same scenario, and I was just trying to total up some numbers in my head, but I know we have, let's just say, thousands of multifamily apartments that are rented out to individuals that they can restrict their use, but because of the age of the devices and faucets, let's say if it's a 15-year-old facility, they can maybe try to conserve all they want, but they have devices that just don't limit flow, use excessive water. How do we work? You have to incentivize the building owner to help his tenants save money, so he's gonna spend money and not get any return, so he goes, why would I do that? So how do we steer those people into helping? They go, well, it's the tenants, they go out and get their own, their own utilities, so it doesn't hurt the building owner any, but is there ways of incentivizing that somehow for a building owner to,
I would think that would be done by just a competition. If he's losing all his renters to a newer building, then he's gonna have to upgrade the whole thing, or else he's not gonna get the rent that they're getting, and I don't see adjusting the water bill is gonna make that landlord make tens of thousands of dollars adjustments. But he will do it if he's not getting people to move in because he's too antiquated and not modern looking, or his rent's gonna be real low.
Right,
So,
okay.
okay. Commissioners, it's almost 1 o'clock. It's been a couple hours and I'm ready for a break. How much farther do you got till you're wrapped up?
Quite a bit,
Pardon?
quite a bit.
Okay, we're gonna take a break. We will be back here. Be real quick. Let's just say 1 o'clock, 8 minutes.
Yeah.
No good? Okay.
Riveting.
All right, it's my turn.
We'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll go ahead and continue with the water, wastewater, and water rate study. Okay.
Very good, thank you. Before we move on to the next item, I just want to draw your attention to this chart here. And the total number of events here, single-family events, in round numbers, is just a little less than 500,000 billing events that occurred that you're seeing here. What you're seeing under that yellow arch there, the basically 11 to 20,000 range there, is approximately 20,000 events out of 500,000 events. And those numbers are approximate, but it's in that range. Next year it changes also, so, but that degree of difference will always stay about the same, so. Next slide. Now that we've adjusted the rates and adjusted everything, we need to double back and check that your revenues are going to be sufficient. In other words, all these adjustments that we made, is it going to generate enough funds to pay all of your fiscal requirements? And that's what this chart attempts to do. Not attempts, it does show it, and it's a little confusing, so I'll go through it. The green line there is what we call your operating balance. This is after you take all your gross revenues coming in, including interest income, miscellaneous charges, but not impact fees. And you subtract out your operating expenses, your O&M expenses, and your debt service. You're left with that green bar there. That's approximately in the range of 7,700,000, in that range there. From that amount, you now need to fund your R&R and your operating capital. We have leveled that off, and you'll see our recommendations on why we leveled it off. And that there is a little over $4.5 million and increasing slightly as you move forward. And so what you're left with is your combined surplus from water and wastewater. The bars there represent, the blue bars are the water surplus, the orange bars are the wastewater surplus, and the purple line, of course, is the combined amount of surplus. This, from a rate analyst standpoint, is a good graph. You're generating sufficient revenues. The upswing in the future is mainly due to the reduction in debt service. Typical bill comparison with other utilities. As you can see, you're at just about the bottom of the chart here. I believe Vero Beach is a few pennies less than you are, but basically, for all practical purposes, you have about the same rates. You continue to be the lowest in the area. I know there's other utilities in here that will be having rate adjustments if they have not occurred already as of October 1st. But this gives you a good idea of where you're at, which is pretty good. Other rate adjustments, there were a few other things that we had to consider that your staff brought to our attention and we needed to look at. One was reclaimed water rate. Before I go into the rate itself, I want to make it clear from a rate analyst standpoint, you really don't have a reclaimed water enterprise activity out there providing commodity. All your reclaimed facilities are capitalized as disposal facilities, really, with the wastewater treatment system. You have a wastewater disposal activity that sends reclaimed water out there. So taking that into consideration and looking at coming up with a disposal rate, because you have another rate out there that we haven't eliminated yet, but it's out there, of 67 cents per 1,000 gallons. We looked at how should we price this. Reclaim is a very tricky item to price as opposed to potable water. There is no substitute for potable water. You need potable water, you can't substitute it with anything else. With reclaimed water, however, you can use well water, you can use pond water, you can use other sources that are available. So in pricing this and looking at the main objective is to provide a usefulness for this reclaim while you're disposing it to places that can use large amounts for irrigation, because it's cost prohibitive to try and get it into all the neighborhoods. The infrastructure required is just insanely expensive. So you've got to look at large consumers of this that can take it without pressurized, and what are their alternatives with regards to using or providing irrigation for themselves. They can either buy the reclaim from the utility system, or they can pull it out of their ponds, wells, whatever the other alternatives are out there. And that largely drove our pricing, was to try and recover as much of the cost that is required to move it to them, rather than pricing it as a commodity standalone by itself, which would be a lot higher than 67 cents if it was on a full retail basis to single-family homes and other places. The other thing I'd like to bring your attention to is, if you look at, and I'm sorry I don't have the chart, but I did provide it to staff here. If you look at the prices for like City of Orlando's Conserve 2, they have a rate out there to groves and other large irrigation, and I believe it's at 18 cents, okay? The City of Winter Haven, I believe it's at 20 cents. City of Tavares, there's a lot of them out there. They're all in that 18 to 22 cent range in pricing this commodity.
Vinny, do we have any idea what percent of our reuse actually goes to retail customers, which I'll call residents, as opposed to golf courses?
I think it'd be zero. Most of our customers are golf courses.
And I'm going to take the blame for this one. I mean, when I pushed the 67 cents back years ago, I was thinking of retail customers. And it was never, in those discussions, at least, didn't hit to me that we were sending it all to golf courses, which had a different purpose. I mean, in my mind, I was comparing the cost of reuse at my house to potable water. So with this, I'm good with the 21% on the disposed rate for 1,000 gallons, but I believe we ought to also keep as a placeholder a rate for residential units if we ever get into that business. I mean, I would like to see us in that business, but I understand what we're up against with the big users. So,
Mr. Chairman?
2 cents worth on that one?
On that same line, if we're going, as we have more water coming in, we're going to have more reuse, or more product needs to be processed and reuse going out, is how do we fund, I know we had some LDR changes, I think, where we want dry lines for reuse water on certain projects, a certain size that we put into play. But how do we bridge the gap from the facility to the user? How do we have the revenue to help expand that type of distribution of the reuse? You know, how do we collect that or fund it?
Especially on some of these purple pipe projects, they're very expensive, and in some cases, if you're doing pressurized flow, you're basically running a second water plant. So
right.
You have all the pressure, all the electricity, all of the transfer costs, in some case, storage and repump facilities in order to get it out to those locations. There's design, permitting, construction, but yeah, those are going to be large capital costs that certainly aren't going to be covered as part of this disposal rate.
Is the Indian River Club reuse water that they use come from the south plant in general development?
When it's not raining and their pond's not full, yes.
And who provides the pressure there? Because I know when you put a...
So they have a pump house, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, but they pick it up from there, and then they send it out to all the internal customers inside the facility. Yep.
Okay.
We just have a large open discharge to their pond based on telemetry. We can shut it off when the pond is too high.
Okay, thank you.
The next rate that we looked at was your sludge and septic and grease rate. It's at $15. We found no reason to change it at this time. It's basically correct. We then jumped into looking at all of your miscellaneous service charges. That's those generally one-time fees. And looking at that and working with your staff, as you can see, we added 2. We adjusted 9 of them for what the costs are today, and we eliminated 2. And if you want to get into details with those, we have them all listed here. The one in yellows are the one that was added. This one, there's another one on another page. And you can see the dynamics there of going from your existing cost to what we have identified as full cost recovery. And if we move down...
Wait, can we...
Yeah, go back to that.
Yeah. So a 5/8 water meter existing rate structure today, connection charge $400, that's going to go to 27, or proposed $27.85?
That's a service connection, a full service line connection.
What's the difference between...
Sorry, we've got to explain that.
Okay.
I'm trying to get there.
That's a little...
Here we go. Okay.
So that 2785 is the cost for installation of a service line, for directional bore, for tapping of that, and the saddle that goes in place. So in the past, we had been using a $19.99 rate and incurring substantial charges, whether or not it was on one side of the road, or sometimes we'd have to go under the roadway, get a right-of-way permit, and then install a box. And so we were subsidizing the cost for these installs based upon a very low rate that does not cover the cost today. So we were trying to identify those costs, and so what we did is we pulled what we pay for the product, the saddles, the tap fee, the directional bore costs, the services that we would provide in order to put that place to be able to cover those costs. Not so that we're making money, but it's basically a pass-through, and so we're not.
So we're not looking at the subdivision that's got the boxes in, it's a...
No, so that would be a typical just meter install fee right there.
This would be a kind of a wet tap new install under the
Wasn't part
road?
of assessment, and the line is in place, and they would like to get water at that, but maybe it's across the road, and they have to tap that 8-inch or larger main and come across the road to set that meter box.
And your right-of-way permit of that is $350 that's in that number. Right, expensive, that, from charging ourselves for that type of fee.
And the slide I have in front of you shows some of the materials and stuff that's involved in there and why that went up there. Won't go through each of these, but most of them have increased to represent full cost recovery from what they were historically.
Can we go back one page?
Yeah.
And also, I'm sorry to jump in here. So if you look at the bottom, the engineering services, I want to make mention, this is what Cindy had passed out with the additional information, is this was put together prior to just kind of tweaking things at the end, is we wanted, at least as part of this analysis, to look at what our actual costs are for some of these specific services, including some of the staff time. And what we've looked at is a cost to try to recover additional staff time, including but not limited things like TRC, the engineering costs, staff time to handle some of the bill of sale products as part of the service that we provide. But what we're proposing is to just notify the board that obviously there are justifications for charging some of these things, but certainly we are recommending not to change from our current fee. So right now, if somebody comes in for a particular project, there's a $150 utility construction permit fee that covers some of the staff time, certainly not all the staff time, and what we're proposing is to keep that fee at $150, even though there's some additional costs that are being covered through other mechanisms. So this slide is not totally correct. I just want to make the distinction between what staff has given to the board and to the clerk versus what had initially been looked at as far as some of those added costs to try to cover what's indicative of a particular project.
Could you click on the breakout of the sewer service connection single family? I would think that that would be considerably more construction intensive than what you do on a water line, that I would expect to see a bigger spread between those two.
It depends. Honestly, I can give you examples where there'd be certain situations where you would say, oh, there's a gravity line there. It's in the middle of the road. You got to tear up the road.
Right.
You got to add, for whatever reason, when the line was put in place, there was not a service lateral to that particular property. You could have other ones where you have a low pressure grinder system on the property to where they have to pump off site and tie into that line. Maybe that line's on the other side of the road, and so there are substantial costs, again, with the tap, directional bore, isolation valve, and then a connection to be able to.
And that's why I think you would expect it to be much higher than the water, because you're doing a 5-inch or 5-inch jack and bore under the road directional drilling versus a 2-inch for a water service line, that it'd be more intensive, that the cost would be higher. I'm glad it's lower, but you would expect to see a bigger spread.
That's pretty, again, this is a pretty high cost for that fee that is not inclusive of the sewer impact fee. So we're trying to make sure that we don't unnecessarily charge too much. This is in addition to, or on top of the impact fee that would be required.
Right. And if we're busting up one of our roads, one, we got to think twice about before we just do that. And secondly, the 2895 may not, you have to generalize it, but that may not really, it's expensive to cut into a road.
We did look at a lot of the material costs, and we did try to make sure that we capture this, again, for single family. If you look at the other than single family, there's some additional costs if the line or service is much larger, but we tried to capture the majority of what this costs so that A, we're not subsidizing those things, and B, we're not charging too much for the services that are being provided. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I should add that these costs are averages, because sometimes you're on one side of the street, sometimes you're on the other, so we take an average approach to it. Moving down, just to show you the other one that was added here, the turn on, turn off charge there. You didn't have it before. We added it because staff indicated that there were a lot of those activities. And the meter replacement was eliminated. The ones on red, they were eliminated because staff indicated that they were not being used ever, but they were on the books. And also the water service reconnection. And like your staff has said, these are going to be, most of these are not going to change at this time, and they're going to be presented separately.
Can you go back up one, please? for the turn off and turn on. What's,
Staff is, I think the title of this last column should probably more appropriately say calculated rather than proposed. We did not recommend the calculated rate from a staff perspective for the turn on, turn off. What staff has recommended is a rate of $75 instead of the $182. We currently have a rate of $25. We charge the $25 for the combined activity, so when our consultant looked at it, he looked at it as, so a service disconnection for non-payment per se. We charge $25 currently. Staff has proposed charging $75. What the consultant has arrived at as to cover the cost would be $182.
And
So,
Those costs are part of the breakout in Section 8 of the backup as well, to look at the costs either for the water, the sewer connection, or for some of the charges that are being placed.
Right, so if you, Mr. Chairman, if I might, so on, and I see the 182 is what cost you came up with, and the 75 is what you proposed. But when you look at the dispatching of a service vehicle that's making stop after stop after stop, and if you use, you can't take the payment process of the person paying the bill that pays the reconnection charge, because they would be paying their bill anyway, so that's part of the normal course of business, that even if our cost for that employee all in with the truck is $45 an hour, it's not going to take him 4 hours to go do a turn on or a turn off.
the 182 was the actual cost based on what we do, and that included travel time. When we do disconnects, it's not a very efficient process because they're very spread out. Unlike when we do meter reading, we're in a condensed area, and so you can be more efficient because you're getting a lot done with one trip. The disconnects, and staff has worked very hard to reduce greatly the number of disconnects we do for non-payments. There's a lot of legwork behind the scenes. And that's why we came up, we suggested, and we can, this is all open for conversation and recommendation. We suggested a 75 rather than a 25. We didn't want to go all the way to 182 because, of course, if you're disconnected for non-payment, there's a reason. Staff picked a medium number only because a lot of legwork goes into staff. I have 5 members on my staff that spend a lot of their day making phone calls. We do an automated phone call as part of our process. Quickly to go through a disconnect process. You get a bill with a red message on it reminding you're past due. That's the first step to let folks know, hey, you got a problem here. Second, we call it an IVR call. It's an automated call. We run a list about 2 weeks prior to when we're scheduled to come out to your neighborhood to cut. When we make those calls, there's between 800 and 1,000 people getting one of those automated calls. That's about 2 weeks before we're going to cut in your neighborhood. A lot of people, probably about 50 to 75% of the people, do pay after they get that call. So again, it's before we go out. Within the days before we're going to cut, my staff actually, time allowing, and more often than not there is time allowing, picks up the phone and calls these folks and says, hey, guess what? Time's running out because now we're scheduled to be in your neighborhood in 3 days. You really need to make a payment. We do a lot of different things during those phone calls. The folks that are struggling and don't have the money to make the payment, we'll make a payment arrangement with. We'll extend the time frame for them. Say they get paid. We're going to come out on Wednesday. Can you wait till Friday? I get paid on Friday. We'll make an arrangement. We'll delay it. We won't cut you. So there's a lot of legwork going on. Unfortunately, the handful we're still doing on a weekly basis, we call them repeat offenders. They seem to be the folks that no matter how much we hold their hand and try to discourage them getting shut off, we'll extend your payments the way you need them. We'll work with the way your income comes in. Some folks get a check once a month. But there's a handful of folks left out there, and ironically, my staff can tell you if we're cutting in this neighborhood, they can name who we're going to cut that day ahead of time before we run a list. Those are the ones we want to still discourage. So we picked, and again, it's all open for whatever the board would prefer, but we picked something in the middle, hopefully to discourage those holders on that we have that still wait till they're shut off before they make a payment. Sometimes the $25, what we saw, was not enough to we felt as staff, was not enough to discourage those folks with the bad habits that we're still trying to break.
And I appreciate that's a good explanation. And I would look at the, up to the turnoff, that's a collection process that's part of the everyday accounting, receiving and paying, that the turn-off charge to me would be the dispatch event of the guy in the truck, and I'll compare that with the building department taking an automated request for an inspection, an inspector going to a job, inspecting windows or doors or whatever he's doing, entering it in and going to the next one. Their cost per trip is less than, last I'd heard, less than $60 to do a very in-depth, not just turn a meter off, but go in and actually generate a report for an inspection. So I just don't see how you could get to the 182 unless you're adding all those other activities, which to me are a collection and an accounting billing process, and really get the, and I get that you have those frequent flyer folks that are
182 is 2 trips. It's the trip to go out there and shut the customer
and then back
and
on
then
again.
to go back
Okay,
out.
so then you're at 91
So-
for each occurrence.
Right.
Right, okay.
And we're suggesting 75 for both occurrences.
Okay, so that's better.
For both.
Right, okay.
We just do it as one fee on the bill,
Right.
rather than charge half
I got you.
when I shut you off and have to go through another billing process, so.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I believe we covered most of them. You can see we've also eliminated the water service connection.
I'm sorry? The meter test is, it's not something that we have as a placeholder in our rate study, but it's somebody that questions the validity of that bill, requests us to then do that, and then so we have to go out there, pull that, obviously put another meter in place to continue water service. In some cases, we have the apparatus to test in-house, versus another case, we send it to a third party for verification. There's one up in Ocala that we do that.
So if somebody requests that the meter get checked because they think they're...
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
But there have been those that have been right. A few.
I can tell you, the ones I've gotten involved with, there's no way $75 covers the cost.
Right. The mall?
Or the anchor.
That Jason a joke. The FedEx charges were more than that.
Okay, moving on now. There were certain things that we identified as we were going through the entire process, and a couple of them had to do with how your budgets are formulated each year. Not that they're wrong, but to try and get rates on a consistent basis, have a consistent way of looking at it. Most utilities don't vary their R&R. They generally do them as a percentage of something, so it's a stable growth there, or amount that is predictable and they can work with and know what's going to be coming in future years. And so when we looked at this, we suggested, based on what's happened historically and what's there currently now, that you consider using 12% of the water gross revenue from the prior year and 10% of the wastewater. And they're going to be, and for your operating capital, we looked at the 5-year average and set that at 1.3 million. And this is to avoid one year having 800,000, the next year 1.7 million, and bouncing all over to where you're not stabilized. And that's the same for R&R. Now, there are going to be years that you're not going to, the 10% is not going to be enough. There's going to be years when it's more. And that's where we're saying that you have a policy that also any overages that need to be funding come from your either your unrestricted reserves or your R&R reserves that are there at the time. And just to look at what is happening in the 5-year period that we analyzed, the graph, the pie graph here, shows the 3 pieces. for operating capital outlay, and all of that is coming from rates because the 1.3 million, we believe, is sufficient to do that. Your R&R, though, is broken up into two pieces. One is that approximately 41% will be coming from your rate revenue, and another 32% will be coming from your unrestricted reserves. And that sort of balances the activity as we go out there, so you don't have annual spikes up and down that are not manageable. You're addressing, okay.
Where do the unrestricted reserves come from?
The unrestricted reserves have been accumulating there, and each year you have those operating surpluses, that purple line. Well, that purple line goes into your savings account, your unrestricted reserve account. And in the report, we show what those amounts are. And let's see, and they're substantial amounts, and we have recommendation in our report on what levels to set those at.
I have one other question on this page. Well, it's page 8 of the executive summary, which talks about this. And the second line on page 8 is reserve fund R&R transfers, which I take it comes from that green box.
Yes, from unrestricted reserves.
Okay, but when I look across the pro forma for the next 5 years, there's always basically this similar need for reserve fund transfers. I mean, it ranges from 1.6 million to 1.8 million a year for each one of 5 years. So, I mean, to me, it just looks like the percent base that you use is too low of a number.
Okay, we use a percentage so that there is a consistent approach to funding R&R.
I understand that.
Okay.
It looks like you consistently underfund R&R based on the percent basis. All 5 years is a deficit of between 1.6, it's 1.6 million, 1.6 million, 1.7 million, 1.7 million, 1.8 million.
Can I ask where you're reading from?
It's the executive summary, table 3, the second line.
We are slightly underfunded. That's because the fact that you had ample reserve funds, unrestricted reserves that could be used for this purpose, both in your R&R fund and in the unrestricted reserves. And we're maintaining balances in the unrestricted reserve that are in our proposed forecast here that are at the end of 5 years exceeding $18 million.
Okay, so actually then, the driver is not the percent that you're using for R&R. The driver is the fact that you have excess R&R unrestricted reserves, and you want to use them up to get them down to a level.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm getting a real nod over here and then a quasi nod. Okay, I'm just telling you, the difficulty of trying to understand that based on this was incredible. So, I mean, the idea of, I mean, saying that you're using 12% for the reserve is basically just a red herring in this analysis. It's because basically the driver is really to adjust the historical excess in the unrestricted reserve account. Okay, that, you know, that makes sense to me.
And
the 12% didn't make any sense to me.
And let me further elaborate why we want a steady number like that. Because in some years it can be more, in some years it can be less.
I understand that once you've got something established, but that's not what this pro forma says.
Okay. Because it's derived from a credit worthiness issue, because you don't want some years to show where your rates cannot fully fund your R&R.
I understand that, but what this is showing is consistent with the history of the utilities since 1999, that your revenues and your net are going up at a significant rate, but also, going back to the graph you showed before, that R&R is going up over time, and has gone up in time, and that's basically because it's an older utility now, and you'd expect R&R to go up, and the 5 numbers on that line show the same thing. Each year, it's actually the R&R number is going up, and I understand that. That's consistent with the story. So again, I understand all of that. So again, the driver's not that 12% is a good number to make adjustments over time. The driver is the excess in the unrestricted reserve account. I mean, do you ever anticipate getting much below $3,386,000 in reserve in R&R?
No, and in fact.
Oh, that's my point.
Brian, as you mentioned, with the aging utility, to get more on target with being more proactive with our R&R program.
Exactly. So R&R could be expected to continue to go up. So it will never be the case that 12% is a good number for R. Okay, I mean, so Cindy's shaking her head, yes. So I think the issue is more, you're basing your recommendations based on going through a lot of different utilities, a lot of different stages, while the utility we're talking about here has a different history and arc to it. So anyway, that's a long thing to say that, this page gave me an awful lot of grief. But
You ready to move on?
Yeah, but I think the 12% is meaningless, and we ought to just take it out for right now.
Okay.
And if staff comes up with a number over time, over, say, the next 5-year period, next time we revisit this, of what a real R&R number would be as a percentage, then I'm really good with it.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zark.
Part of this goes back to when we agreed to do the Sebastian Sewer Plan, and we put in this rate study to look at the R&R to make sure we're collecting enough pennies in our rate structure, and if we're, as Commissioner Solari said, if that money's coming in, and if the goal is there's too much money in that account, we need to bleed it down, and that's why we have that, I forget the amount, what was it, 1.7 million roughly transfer. I want to just make sure we're collecting enough pennies so that if you don't have the money to transfer, you want to look at what's your real cost you're trying to cover.
It doesn't impact the pennies at all. It's more how they try to explain what they're doing. Because the operating revenue, which is actually paying for the reserves, which is being transferred each year, isn't altered by this at all. I mean, this is one of the problems you get sometimes with certain types of accounting. When you actually try to read the pages and try to make sense, they don't make sense, which goes back to my historical problem with government accounting, which never makes sense. Oh.
No.
Okay, I'll be
No,
more
we'll be
quiet now.
So that's kind of where all this goes back. We just want to make sure we have enough money to maintain our system, keep it up, keep it reliable, and when the time comes to expand, we have collected the right amount of money plus future debt service to add new plants for new residents and new businesses. Right. Thank you.
Another item that we're recommending is that you use some of your impact fee reserves to pay for the expansion-related portion of debt service. Now, your debt service fading away, but that's a way of taking impact fees that may be stranded there for a while because they're restricted in their use for only expansion items.
On purpose.
On purpose. But your historic bonds had a certain amount of expansion-related facilities in it. So it's proper that you can use some of that impact fee, the percentage that relates to that expansion amount.
And I'd ask Dylan, is there any court decisions on that use of paying debt service as part of that impact fee collection can be used in part for debt service? I just don't remember any cases of that being challenged.
I don't remember a case on that specific issue. I mean, obviously, we're going to need to make sure that the impact fees are paying for expansion of the system that offsets the growth.
And whether that includes debt service or not would...
I can tell you that working with many bond councils with regards to structuring bond resolutions, that it's permitted in there.
Oh, it's probably permitted on those. I'm looking at the impact fee language from the states, the way they look at it, yeah.
And I think there's a calculation of how much
Yes,
that we
it's-
can do there. This is not a willy-nilly, who are gonna just, hey, we're gonna pay some of it. There is a calculation that's been done as part of this to do that, and you can fund the debt service on expansion stuff. We didn't do a bond issue, but this building that we're in, we had an interfund loan for ourselves for $2 million that was paid back with impact fees that were then paid to fund a portion of this building. That's in another area, but speaks to the impact fee debt service thing overall.
Okay.
Other issues, the ERU reserve account issues that we discussed with your staff. Your staff is going to be discussing this with more detail later. We come to the uniform septic to sewer policy. These are 3 points, and again, I believe your staff's going to address this more fully. But the 3 items that we looked at here was, how do you fund these projects? And what should the assessment program look like? And there's another bullet on the next page, which is what kind of incentives can the utility offer towards this? And the property owners, under the project funding here, we suggest they be required to at least fund a minimum of 33%, and that your staff and the county will seek to acquire the rest of that funding from various sources out there. And those sources could be grants and different types of loans and other monies that are available, or donations. The assessment program, we're looking at the interest rate being limited to the greater of 2%, or 1/2 of what your current Board of County Commission rate is at the particular time. Also, we're looking at a amortization period that doesn't exceed 20 years. A lot of these assessment programs, though, I can tell you that I've been involved with, are based on 10 to 15 years. Probably average around 12 for a lot of them.
Before we leave there, and I know we've had discussion on this part of it too, but how I look at this is government coming in here and telling homeowners, even though you may have a working sewer system, we're going to make you put in a new one. And we're doing it because we think you're leaking nutrients in the lagoon, and we're going to make you do this for the benefit of the whole community, will benefit from a healthier lagoon. And so I always am concerned that we're coming in and telling these folks they got to pay for a lot of this. And, you know, they may have a perfectly fine working septic system. They may pump it out every 3 years. They've paid for their sewer system. And so if we're going to have a minimum, a floor, I would like to see it lower. I'd want to see it more like 25% or something. We can always go higher, you know, because with this, if we say we get a couple really good grants and we say, oh, wait, that's more than 67%, we got to turn some of this grant money down, I don't want to be faced with that decision. So if anything, I know you all are looking for some type of uniformity here, but I'd just like to see that number lower myself. So, and
even a lower number, because as a minimum, you can go higher, but if you put your floor at 33, or I'd rather see like a 15 as a starting point, because every scenario, every septic to sewer is going to be a different economic type household. It's going to be, each one's got to be treated. What works on one street 2 blocks over may be a different scenario for those owners. So I'd rather see a lower number as well.
Okay, I'm going to throw out something that I think the policy I'll agree that it should be less, but more like 20%, because when we go to get grants and stuff like that, I think that the programs are going to want to see at least 20%. And even though I probably voted against it at the time, I mean, I think at that point, the difference between the 20% and what a low-income neighborhood can pay, the county can make up for the difference, not in the utility department, but in whatever other source the county does, like it's done in other projects. So So that's,
Okay.
And I thought 20% too, so I could compromise on that, if you're good with it.
Closer to 15, so I like that.
Okay. Well, there you got some somewhat clear direction on that point.
And I think that to the extent we have like we have lower, very low income neighborhoods, we can use SHIP funds or something like that to make up some of that funding as well, so that we can maintain the policy.
The other item is what can the utility do to create an incentive for people to connect to the system? And this policy here is not unusual, because there's many communities that offer something exactly like this or very similar to it. The concept is, and this is limited to people with existing septic tanks at this time, not people who are going to build in the future, but anybody that's got an existing septic system and they commit to connect prior to service being available, which really fortifies that program, because now you have people committing, they will pay. It gives a little bit of substance to it. The utility can forgive 100% of the impact fee without creating an enormous financial burden on the utility, because you got to remember, as people connect, that they bring economies to scale to it, they're reducing pollution. All those things have a value. What that value is, we can't calculate precisely, but if they're willing to move the program along and commit prior to the service being available, there's 100% forgiveness. If they decide to wait and you put in all the lines, the program goes in and everything, and then they decide to connect, okay, then it's a 50% credit. And those numbers are a little flexible on your policy too. It could be 75, it could be various amounts. But these types of incentives are not unusual out there in Palm Bay and in other counties throughout Florida and in other states also. So it's just an incentive, and without really putting a financial burden on the utility. I'm going to just go through some of the major changes that we have discussed here in the water and wastewater user rates and charge issue. We discussed the minor rate structure. You brought up the fact that you may like to see something a little bit different with regards to where we set the conservation rates. We heard that. We established that new reclaimed disposal rate at 21 cents. We established the I&I surcharge to help the utility fund some of the impact that has on the system. We updated the miscellaneous service charges, which your staff is probably going to provide a little bit different rates on those, or charges on those. Ours were based on full cost recovery. We suggested the R&R and OCO policy to basically equalize what is budgeted each year, but not necessarily spent. It could be more, could be less. It's for rate-making purposes. You're going to be addressing the reserve account issues. Also, we went through, highlighted some of the uniform septic to sewer policy. We now, again, suggest that you don't wait another 18 years for a comprehensive rate study or a rate review, that you conduct those at least every 3 to 5 years and see what's happening. And also consider in your rate resolution or ordinance a provision to where you can adjust the rates based on the consumer price index. Now, I'll go through our recommendations here in fair detail, with trying to avoid a lot of numbers here. Our recommendation as your rate consultants are that you adopt or you consider the rate structure modifications and rate adjustments with an effective date after March 1st. Your staff needs time to get their billing system in place and the ordinances and resolutions in place. And those consist of moving the billing charge to the service availability charge, to reduce the inclining block rates from 4 to 3. These are our current recommendations. Of course, we may be reconsidering those. Adjust the water inclining volume block rates per 1,000 gallons. This is an important one that we didn't discuss before, but it's in our recommendation, and that is to bill your water and wastewater volume in hundreds of gallons. Currently, you're doing it in thousands of gallons, and there's a lag there, and that lag can cause a loss in revenue because of the carryover could fall in a lower block the next time. And I understand that that fits within your billing program and can be handled. And also, I think it'd be something that the consumer would like because it won't jump as much month to month. To reduce the wastewater volume block 2 from 13 to 12, that's got minor implications, very minor. Establish that I&I surcharge, justify or adjust the fire protection charge to $15.16 per account, not a large increase, and there's not a lot of them out there. To leave your septage rate and sludge rate at $15, to establish the new large user non-pressurized disposal reclaimed water rate at 21 cents. And that's basically limited to, by agreement to large users who will commit to taking on an annual average 75,000 gallons per day or more. And to update the miscellaneous service charges per the county administrator's directions. And those, as Cindy said, are going to be a little different than what we showed in our report. The R&R policy, we went through those. I'm sorry for the confusion, but we were trying to stabilize them at 12 and 10% as a benchmark. You will most likely be some years having more and some years less. And the only thought in that is those overages and shortages would be handled through a reserve account. So on a rate basis, we're looking at a consistent item, especially how it affects your annual surpluses, which is a consideration that the credit agencies look at. Of course, in that light, to address any overages from unrestricted reserves, and to fund all R&R through an R&R account. There are some R&R activity that takes place in operations or in your O&M account. And by routing it through a dedicated R&R reserve account, it serves several purposes. In your case, it's not that critical. In a lot of utility, they're striving for that coverage. And if you have R&R and O&M expenses, it reduces your bond coverage. And to maintain that R&R account at a minimum of $2.5 million. Also to utilize the impact fee reserves to pay the expansion-related portion of your debt service. Address the delinquent reserve accounts as is going to be brought up at a later presentation here. Consider the uniform septic to sewer policy with the, I presume, with the modifications that have been discussed, and provide appropriate notices to customers regarding these changes. And we're getting to the end here. to have more frequent rate studies, a 3 to 5 year minimum, and also to look to adopt a provision for indexing the rates per the consumer price index. Basically, the one that relates to all urban customers for 12 months prior to April of the current year that you're looking at it, or 3%. It'd be the lesser of each one of those. With that, I have to disclose to you that since we are municipal advisors, that nothing that we have done with regards to this rate study or presentation relates to anything that is under the Dodd-Frank Act with regards to municipal securities. And with that, I thank you. And that was a legal thing we had to disclose here.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Zork.
I appreciate the 3 to 5 year recommendation, but in looking historically, going back from 1999, we've done a great job. I shouldn't say we, predecessors and the current folks that we have running the utilities department, Cindy, and so many of the others that do such a great job that I'd put the threshold maybe at 10 years, don't tinker with it. But we came out pretty darn good with the 1999, especially if we index that one section that the revisiting is not as crucial, at least from my standpoint. But
So, Commissioners, kind of where I'm at here is it's been a fairly long afternoon, and I've heard a lot of questions about a lot of things I think we need to hash out more, and this is an awful lot to try to absorb and take a vote on today. Vinny, you guys have a March of 2019 deadline to try to implement whatever we come up with? So if we bring this back on November 6th, will that still give you enough time to make the changes you need to reach your target date?
Yes, did you want us to look at the 4-block option as well to bring something back to the board at that time with the higher tier? Because I know there was some discussion, but I'm not sure if that's part of the direction.
Right. Where I was, I don't mind the 3 tiers, but I wanted to see that middle number a little bit lower. Commissioner Slurry, I think, might want to see the 4 tiers remain, but also lower that number some. So I would say look at both. I think also Commissioner Slurry would like to see some additional information on the reserve accounts and the questions he brought up with that. I'm a little bit different than Commissioner Zork. I wouldn't mind a more frequent rate update unless we adopt the CPI indexing. Then I'd be okay with a longer period. I'm a little bit nervous, I guess, that keeping our rates where they are may bite us in a few years. I just think a lot of growth is coming and things that might impact that. So either review it sooner, or if we put the indexing in, then I'd feel a lot more comfortable that we're staying ahead of the curve.
On that one, I mean, we can put a wide margin of, say, 3 to 10 years, because what should happen is that annually, basically the financials given by the utility department will indicate basically if we're on the track that's indicated in the kind of sort of pro forma on page 8. So to see that if there's a need for things. So, the utility department, based on the annual financial statements, can tell us whether a rate study is warranted or not. And I think that ought to be part of the driving process of that. And the same thing almost with the CPI. I mean, I think we can put something in that says, okay, we ought to have a CPI discussion each year, which then the utility department comes before the board and says, look, yes, these prices have gone up roughly this much. We ought to pull the lever on the CPI adjustment.
I think there seemed to be kind of consensus on the reuse rate of 21 cents per 1,000 gallons. I didn't hear any objection to that. The sludge rate is fine. I'm good with billing by the 100 gallons. I don't know, anybody else have concerns about that? I think most of the minor service charges I'm okay with. Same with the impact fees, keeping that. Anybody else have anything they want staff come back with more information?
That incorporates the changes that Cindy suggested on the rate changes.
Yeah, because it's very confusing what was proposed. If you could bring back what you all are actually recommending and what that covers, that would be helpful.
Oh, good.
And then on the, so really what we kind of did here, we did G1 and G3. We talked about the uniform septic to sewer policy. I think we had some consensus at more like a 20% floor. And I'm good with the incentive program. And I don't know if any other commissioners want to have a change with that. We can bring that back, or?
No, I did have one other question that may affect some of these numbers. As we go forward, probably sometime in the next couple of years, we're taking some baby steps into the AMI with some of the things you kind of put in the pipeline. Is that's not a full self-funding program with the cost savings of reduction in individual meter reading versus the automated cost, I guess, depending on what the cost is. And
No, it's not self-funding, but one, it is regulatory required, especially with respect to the check valves, and especially with the AWWA suggested meter replacement program, which we have been lacking. So this is to handle both the regulatory and the guidelines of the AWWA. But we have, as noted earlier, some reserves that we'd be able to self-finance this rather than have borrow costs, which some utilities have to do.
All right, so I don't want to see us 2 years from now doing AMI and we got to do a rate increase for that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Commissioners, I think what I would like now would be a motion for item G1 and G3 to table those items until November 6th and have staff come back with some additional information. We'll take action on it at that point.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Flesher, second by Commissioner Adams, and that's for 12G1 and 12G3 for the clerk. Anyone wish to comment on the motion before us? Bob?
I pretty much agree with the motion. I think it's a great idea to take some time to take a look at this. But I think there's something that we might be overlooking in some of the factors that were presented to us today. And that is to figure out ways to expand the use of reuse water. And I think sort of a cliche, but the elephant in the room here is that your CUP is going to be expiring, or rather it needs to be expanded. I misspoke. It needs to be expanded in 3 years. The cheapest way to increase your water supply is actually to conserve it. And I think the idea of increasing your market and your services so that large users can get access to that reuse water is something. I know it's very expensive in Conserve and the other counties that have looked at it, but I think the agricultural community here in our county, there's a possibility that that reuse water could be used by the groves and the marsh from the wastewater treatment out to St. John's. A lot of permitting, a lot of discussion, and I realize that needs to be developed. So, and I think the idea of also in the urban area, even though the pressurized system is very, very expensive, one of the largest users of water that can be conserved is your irrigation. And by converting to reuse water for that irrigation with a pressurized system is something you need to look at. So if you're going to be looking at impact fees right now and using numbers that are developed by your existing conventional use, and you don't look at expanding the reuse system, now's the time to look at it for something we're going to need to pay for in the future when we want to expand our water supply. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm.
So in that month, till November if we could consider, in addition to what was presented here today, the possibility of a pressurized system or expanding to reuse for ag use, which is a huge user. You're talking about 75,000 gallons per day. You just don't have a lot of customers in the county that are going to do that unless you expand your market. That's my point.
Okay, good. All right, thank you, Bob. Anyone else wish to comment on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to table the reserve accounts number 2 also to the same date, or no, a different date, the week after.
So we canceled our meeting on the 9th.
I mean,
I'm afraid the
you said
16th.
yours is November 2nd, right?
Right.
So to.
No, I'm sorry, November 6th.
Okay, November 6th, I'd be happy to table to November 13th.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Solari. Is there a second? We have a second by Commissioner Zork to table 12G2 to November 13. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Want to thank you for coming here today, and we certainly look forward to moving on this, but I think we just need to kind of work through it a little bit longer and get some more information and get the follow-up going. But thank you for coming and being here today.
Our pleasure, thank you.
Very good, thank you. County Attorney Matters, all aboard Florida fees. Mr. Reingold.
Thank you very much. In February of 2015, the board voted to appropriate $2.7 million to fight All Aboard Florida. $500,000 of that was for the remainder of fiscal year 2014-15, and then $1.1 million for fiscal year 2015-16, and $1.1 million for fiscal year 16-17. Over 3.5 years later, we have roughly $108,000 left. In our current federal litigation, we have filed our last papers. We are now waiting for All Aboard Florida to file its papers this Friday. It will then be up to the judge as to whether to rule on the papers as submitted or to conduct an oral argument. County Attorney's Office simply is recommending that the board approve or authorize a budget amendment of $92,500, which will, 1, cover the costs of the remaining invoices from the federal litigation, 2, cover the costs of an oral argument if one is requested, and then 3, to pay for our federal lobbying efforts through the end of January 2019. With that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Solari.
I'm going to be happy to move staff recommendation, and I'd like to note that I've continued to give a number of talks on All Aboard Florida during the last year, and the support for what we're doing by the citizens of Indian River County continues to remain at very exceptionally high levels. I'll note that in the last season, Windsor joined a sort of group, as a group, helping to pay not only their taxes, which go to this, but actually join the sort of care group and help with their fundraising. And within the last year at a Vista Royale event, there were about 120, 150 people there. And at the end of my presentation, I just asked if any of them would be concerned if the Board of County Commissioners allocated another $1 million for the fight against All Aboard Florida, and not one hand against that idea went up. So I just want to reiterate the idea that our community is fully in support of our efforts, and I myself certainly have no reservation about supporting Mr. Reingold's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Solari. I'll go ahead and second that. And just for clarification, it was for $92,500 and not $1 million.
Oh,
okay. Just
that
want to make sure.
million wasn't part of the motion today.
No, but you know, when you know someone's going to come out there and say, oh, Solari said $1 million. You know, I'm trying to look out for you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that wishes to comment on the motion before us? Seeing none, all in favor signify with aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
We have concluded the commission matters. We concluded the Emergency Services District matter. That concludes the agenda. Commissioners, a job well done today. We stand adjourned.
We're concluded.